அப்படியே அசையும் அப்படியே தள்ளி எடுத்து இங்கேட்டு கொண்டு வரும்.
வாங்க 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 வாங்க. என்னாச்சு? செட்டிங்ஸ் கை டச்சில் ஏதாவது பட்டுச்சு. பேக் ஓகே தானே?
ஓகே. ஏஜிக்கு நேராக இருக்கு. ஸ்ரீமா இந்த
ஓகேவா?
இது லூஸ் பண்ணணும். கொஞ்சம் லூஸ் பண்ணால் தான் உங்களுக்கு.
ஏன்னா யாராவது வந்து போகிற வழியில் இதை தட்டிட்டானுங்கன்னா ஃபுல்லாக இதாகிடும்.
படிக்கலாம் படிச்சியா?
இல்லை
ரெண்டு சட்டை Ritwik. அங்கே முடிச்சிங்க வந்துட்டு இதான் மெயின். நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி அங்கே போவாங்க. அங்கே சும்மா இருக்காது. அப்போ ஒரு வாலண்டியர் மட்டும் ஹையர் பண்ணி 3 பேர் உட்காந்து டக் டக் டக். அதான் போயிட்டுருக்கு. அதான் ஆயிடுச்சு. உங்களுக்கு ஸ்ட்ரீம் பண்ணல, இல்லைன்னா திருப்பி ஒருக்கா ஸ்ட்ரீமிங் போடணும். வெப் கிளவுட் ஏடா போறா டேய்
சைஸ்
ரெண்டியல் கபடி சொன்னா கேட்டு வாங்கிட்டு வா. Facebook verification என்ன பண்ண? Two-step verification என்ன பண்ண? சரி.
Request the participants to please come forward and take your seats.
proudly built by our students for the students. I'm Nestle 2.0, the reliable older sibling. My architecture is powered by cloud-connected AI modules, allowing it to scan QR codes, analyze documents, assist with resume building, and even conduct mock interviews. Think of me as the analytical brain of the family. And I'm Nestle 3.0, the stylish younger sibling. My mechanism wheels let me move in any direction with flair, strike poses for selfies, and gesture naturally while I interact. I share 2.0's intelligence, but with a little extra swagger and interactive charm. Always flaunting those fancy wheels, huh? Don't be jealous, 2.0. You're the brains, I'm the moves. Together, our systems integrate seamlessly over 5G connectivity, ensuring real-time collaboration and lightning-fast responses. Think of it as the ultimate cloud-powered duo. So, why are we here today? AWS Student Community Day is where ideas meet innovation. For the second consecutive year, 2024 and 2025, students, experts, and cloud enthusiasts are coming together at St. Joseph's Group of institutions to explore, learn, and create. And unlike typical events where robots just sit in the corner, today we're your official hosts. Red carpet, please. Jokes aside, on behalf of the AWS Cloud Club and St. Joseph's Group of Institutions, we sincerely thank each and everyone for being here. This event proves that students can innovate, lead, and shape the future of cloud technology. Just like you all were super thrilled to kick things off. Get ready to learn, code, connect, and be inspired. I'm Nefered Lakrup Kazero. And I'm Nestle 3.0. And we welcome you to AWS Student Community Day 2025. Let's begin.
Thank you, Navneet, for your wonderful words. We'd like to share with you a video of our Navneet, our very own creation. Please enjoy the video. A very good morning to everyone gathered here. This is Madhumita Harikatake, the overall coordinator of this event. It's an absolute honor to stand before you at this incredible moment as we take immense pleasure and pride in opening the doors to the AWS Student Community Day, Chennai 2025. Today isn't just another day on the calendar. It's where passion for technology meets the energy of young innovators. To begin this occasion with the spirit of our heritage, I humbly request you all to please stand up for the Tamil Taiwan.
Kanamum madhichiranthana
Dean of Academics, and our keynote speakers, Mr. Shubham Londe and Mr. Abdul Saha, kindly come up to the stage.
Thank you, Shubham.
அது பிரச்சனை இல்லை கொஞ்சம் லைவை யாரும் பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க பார்த்துறியா மதுரையை வாங்க எப்படி 3 நிமிஷம் தான் வராது சிவா அதாவது செட் பண்ணி ஃபஸ்ட்டு
Today isn't just another day in the calendar. It's where passion for technology meets the energy of young innovators. The cloud is no longer an infrastructure in the background. It has become the core platform where ideas scale globally, innovations accelerate instantly, and industries are reinvented in real time. Once again, a very warm welcome to the AWS Student Community Day, Chennai 2025 at St. Joseph Group of Institutions. A platform for learners who will become the next generation cloud innovators and solution architects. Looking back, the journey that brought us here is nothing short of inspiring. Last year, St. Joseph's hosted this global event for the very first time, a testament to our legacy and commitment to collaboration. For 2 transformative days, our campus welcomed over 700 industry participants, leaders, professionals, and students, globally fostering knowledge exchange, networking, and new partnerships, advancing both academic and professional excellence at the very same time. Building on the trust that we earned from the AWS to host such a significant event, we proudly carry forward that legacy today, stronger and more determined than ever. We are super excited to present to you our second Industry Tech Academia Conference, the AWS Student Community Day 2025 Chennai. On this glorious day, it fills our hearts with immense joy and pride to extend a warm and a heartfelt welcome to the dignitaries and our esteemed guests who grace this occasion with their presence. We are honored to welcome the visionary leader of our institution, Dr. Babu Manoharan Sir, Chairman of St. Joseph's Group of Institutions, a guiding light whose vision and encouragement continue to inspire and uplift us every single day. We are equally privileged to have with us Mr. B. Sashishekar Sir, our Managing Director, whose leadership strengthens the very foundation of our institution. We are also delighted to welcome Mrs. SJGI Ma'am, our Executive Director, whose tireless dedication and guidance drive us towards greater heights of excellence. With great pleasure, we extend a warm welcome to the principals of our institution, Dr. Vadi Seshagiri Rao Sir, Principal of St. Joseph's College of Engineering, and Dr. Arivalagan Sir, Principal of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology. A very special acknowledgement goes to our deans who shape the career path of our students with vision and commitment, and to our esteemed placement deans, Dr. Divan Baskin Sir, Placement Dean of St. Joseph's College of Engineering, and Mr. Medan Sakyadas Sir, Placement Dean of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology. We are truly honored to welcome Dr. Karthi N. Sir, our esteemed head of AWS Cloud Clerks and an AWS community builder whose invaluable guidance has been instrumental in shaping and advancing the growth of our cloud community. We are delighted to extend our warmest welcome to all our HODs, faculty members, staff, and esteemed keynote speakers, industry experts, AWS Cloud Club captains, student participants, and our ever-supportive volunteers. It is because of your presence, passion, and commitment that today's event has come to life. On behalf of the organizers, I proudly welcome each and every one of you to AWS Student Community Day 2025. Let us join hands and make this day filled with inspiration, collaboration, and innovation. A day that will be remembered for the energy we create and the ideas we share. Now I respectfully invite Dr. Arivaragan Esther, Principal of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology, to kindly come forward and address the gathering.
Distinguished guests on the dais, keynote speakers, Mr. Shubhan Mole, AWS, Akotia Saha, AWS, and the industry experts from various corporate companies, participants from various colleges, student participants, Dean Dr. Sri Kumar sir, HODs, faculty members, a very good morning to all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural session of AWS Industry Academia Conference. AWS Student Community Day is a flagship student-led initiative conducted in collaboration with the global AWS community. It serves as a platform where students interact directly with industry experts, explore latest technologies, and showcase their innovative learning journey in cloud and DevOps. This is the second consecutive year that our institution is hosting this prestigious event following the successful edition of the similar conference in 2024. We live in a time when cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data-driven technologies are shaping every industry and redefining the way we live and work. At the heart of this transformation stands Amazon Web Services, enabling scalability, agility, and innovation across sectors. But technology, however advanced, can only thrive when supported by strong academic foundations and skilled human potential. This is why conferences like this are so crucial. They provide a platform where academia and industry collaborate not as separate entities but as partners in progress. For our academic institutions, this partnership opens up opportunities to align our curricula with industry needs, to provide students with exposure to real-world applications, encourage faculty and researchers to work on impactful projects. For industry, this collaboration offers access to emerging talents available in campuses, opportunities for co-innovation, a knowledge build that ensures technology is not just adapted but also advanced. Together we can ensure that our students are not only employable but also future-ready innovators and entrepreneurs. In this AWS Student Community Day featuring Academy Industry Conference, we will have eminent guests including AWS heroes, AWS ambassadors, and senior cloud community leaders across India. Along with our faculty, student participants, and peer leaders from various institutions. The day will feature keynote sessions by industry experts, 3 parallel technical tracks. Track 1 on Agentic AI and generative AI. Track 2 on serverless computing and DevOps. Track 3 on cloud infrastructure and security. A panel discussion on the AI and cloud. A hands-on workshop designed to give students practical exposure. I sincerely thank the AWS for spearheading such initiatives and for creating ecosystems where knowledge meets applications. I also extend my gratitude to the organizers, faculty members, industry experts, and student volunteers who made this event possible. As we begin today's conference, let us remember, future of technology is not built in isolation, it is built in collaboration. May the discussions, workshop, and networking sessions here inspire new ideas, spark innovations, and forge partnerships that will shape the digital future of our nation. I wish the conference and the community day a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your incredible words. As we begin today's journey, it's only fitting to hear from the leaders at the heart of this community. The AWS Cloud Clubs at St. Joseph Group of Institutions has been the driving force of innovation, collaboration, and inspiration for students exploring the cloud. Leading these efforts are two passionate captains whose energy and vision have been instrumental in making the AWS Cloud Club initiatives a great success. Let's welcome our captains to the stage. Ms. Diana Suresh, Captain, AWS Cloud Club, St. Joseph College of Engineering. Ms. Mohana Priya S., Captain, AWS Cloud Club, St. Joseph Institute of Technology.
Good morning everyone, I'm Diana Suresh from AWS Cloud Club, the AWS Cloud Captain at St. Joseph Group of Institutions. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our keynote speakers, Mr. Akur Duty Saha and Mr. Shubham Londi, along with Dr. Arivalagan Sir, Principal of St. Joseph Institute of Technology, and Dr. D. Sri Kumar Sir, Dean of Academics. Standing here today feels very special. This event is not just another date in the calendar, it's a result of nearly 2 months of hard work, planning and preparation. Every late night discussion, every small challenge, and every bit of effort has led to this moment. And I couldn't be prouder of what we've built together. For me, leading this club has been a journey of growth. This AWS Cloud Club has always been more about not just about cloud technologies, it's about creating opportunities for students to build, collaborate, and innovate as a community. Personally, this experience has sharpened my skills and taught me the value of teamwork and leadership. And today, one of the things I'm proud of is Nepali. What you saw in action earlier was not just a demo. It was a project born entirely out of creativity and dedication of our club students. We have first launched the version 1.0 on last year's AWS Student Community Day, and since then we have taken it forward to Nepali 2.0 and Nepali 3.0, sir. Each version represents hours of efforts, sleepless nights, new lessons, and the determination of students who believed in what they were building. This is what the AWS Cloud Club stands for. Not just learning about technology, but applying it, building with it, and creating impact together. Today is a celebration of that spirit, and I feel truly honored to share this moment with all of you as the captain of this club. Thank you so much.
Good morning everyone. I'm S. Mohana Priya, the AWS Captain of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology, and it's my privilege to welcome you all to AWS Student Community Day Chennai 2025 at St. Joseph's Group of Institutions. Our journey to the AWS Cloud Club has been one of the growth and transformation. We joined as freshers, curious to learn, and over time we've evolved into leaders, mentoring every student who come after us. That is the true strength of this community. Learning, building, and leading together. Last year was a milestone for us as AWS entrusted our institution with the very first AWS Student Community Day in St. Joseph's. It was an enormous responsibility, but with teamwork and passion, we made it a grand success. And today, here, we are again hosting the AWS Student Community Day for the second time. This is not just an event, but our second Industry Tech Academia Conference back-to-back, proving that St. Joseph's continues to be a hub where students, industry leaders, and technology converge. On behalf of AWS Cloud Clubs at St. Joseph's Group of Institutions, I warmly welcome you all to this celebration of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation. Together, let's make this another day to remember. Thank you.
Thank you, captains, for your wonderful words. I now humbly request the dignitaries to please get down and fill up the front space. next, we have a legacy video that captures our journey and milestones that we have achieved along the way. Please do take a look at it.
For us, began at St. Joseph's. In 2023, the Dr. Drabuji, the foundation of empowerment, of unity, of impact. The juniors of 2021-25 batch united the first ever AWS community day. That day, history was written. And then came the impossible. January chose us. The world witnessed the rise of Infinity 1.2, the first event assistant robot on stage from Accra. Juniper as captain, the Cloud Club rose higher, entering juniors leading hackathons and women in tech. From Chennai to Las Vegas, our name echoed on global stage. The only cloud club of India to reach AWS Finland. From Shintek to Hackathon, from AWS to GenAI, we will from events. This is not just a stream, this is legacy, and the future is ours.
For us, it's not just a club, it's a family, a stage where dreams are built.
Without further ado, let's kick off this inspiring journey with someone who has truly redefined how cloud and DevOps are taught in India. Our first keynote speaker is not just a technologist, but a teacher, mentor, and change maker. As the founder of Train with Shubham, he has empowered thousands of learners to embrace cloud, DevOps, and automation, helping them land their dream jobs and scale in their careers. Today, he is here to take us to the power of learning, scaling, and building in the cloud era. Lessons straight from his journey of turning knowledge into impact at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Shubham Longde to the stage.
A heartfelt welcome to Vadi Sheshagiri Rao sir, our principal, St. Joseph College of Engineering. Welcome sir.
Okay. Hello dosto. Very very good morning. How is everyone? I can see a lot of new faces. Amazing. So first of all, it's my second time in Chennai and new memories. So first time when I visited Chennai, I was so happy because I come from North India, from Uttar Pradesh, and we don't have beaches, we don't have mountains, anything. And then when I finally visited Chennai, I saw this amazing place called Besant Nagar Beach. Anyone who has been there? Yes. Oh, great. And then I enjoyed my time at Besant Nagar Beach, and I thought to myself that let's see what is good here. Let's have some food. And I was just walking in the beach. I found this amazing spiral potato with a lot of masala in it. I had fun. But then someone said, hey, this is all go Urugan Idli, and there you will get authentic saw banana leaf, idli, chutney, and then on top of it we saw sambar and amazing experience. So that was the first memory of Chennai. And now I wanted to ask what should be the second memory. What's your favorite place, let's say from here? Yes. Your favorite place in Chennai? Yeah? So many answers. Where should I visit? OMR? Okay, MBR. What? Great, great. As much as I love beaches and food, I love one more concept which is changing the industry right now. And I wanted to share that idea with you. And the idea is of the agentic web. How many of you have seen there's a shift in the way we are developing software, we are using software, the way we see software is changing. How many of you in the last few weeks have heard this term called agents? Anyone? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, everyone. Great. So, first time I got to hear this term agent was while watching this movie called Agent Vinod. And then I thought that how is Bollywood and this agent thing coming on? And when I finally saw how an agent is able to write code, review my code, suggest new code, send emails on my behalf, book a cab on my behalf, then I got to know, yes, the landscape, the IT industry is seeing a new evolution. How many of you agree in the last 3 years, they have minimized their efforts in writing code and maximized their effort in writing prompts? Great. Nice. Just writing prompts is not enough. As a software engineer, as a DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, you have to look out what's the next technology. Where is the industry heading to? I have a video for you which shows exactly how the software landscape is changing. How many of you are ready to see a video? Let me show. Okay, let me see some hands. Okay, great, great. Let's get started. Let's play a video here. Okay, I just need the audio.
Hey there. So we can just talk now. I'm all ears, figuratively speaking. Cool. Do you know how to manage my kids' schedules? I noticed a birthday party conflicts with picking up Grandma at the airport. Want me to book her a ride? Billie Eilish is in town soon. No way. I can show her tickets are available in your city. Yes, please.
Got any spring break ideas?
Somewhere not too far. Only if there's a beach and nice weather. Santa Barbara is great for everyone. I found a restaurant downtown I think you'd like. What is Santa Barbara known for? It has great upscale shops and oceanfront dining. Can you go whale watching? Absolutely. Want me to book a catamaran tour?
What's the next step?
Remove the nut holding the cartridge. Should I get bangs? You might only love them for a little while. You're probably right. Make a slideshow of baby tuna. Mom.
What car am I looking for again?
2-inch washers. Your Uber is 2 minutes away.
Wait, did someone let the dog out today?
I checked the cameras. And yes, in fact, Mozart was just out.
How interesting this was. The guy could see his dog was out with a camera. So the agent has the access to camera, I can record, I can detect. The girl, she could book her vacations, she could book movies, everything with just a prompt. How does that work? How many of you have thought of creating agents? So what is an agent? It has a specific task to do, has a specific role and helps you to achieve a specific task. Now how many of you here have built AI agents before? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. Now let's change the question. How many of you want to build an AI agent in less than 3 lines of code? Now all the back benches like, great. one more demo. But before that, let's see how the landscape is changing. Let's take a step back. Let's understand this scenario. How many of you are from that era when we used to go to cyber cafe to access internet? Oh, not many. Okay, great, nice. So what was the first time you accessed internet? Was it on your phone, on your laptop? How was it? Let's see, phones. Great, Gen Zs. Okay, laptops, first time, okay, great. Okay, nice. So if you see this, the time when we used to have these web pages, we used to build web apps. What was the way we used to write the code? It was different. The way we used to write web apps was different. The way we used to see the web pages load was different. The DevOps used here was also different. I remember when I started my journey back in 2017, there was one web app, and how we used to deploy it? We used to zip the code, we used to copy it to server and then deploy it. And that's not how it works. Then came DevOps and we started doing CI/CD and so on. But then something very interesting happened during that time. We saw APIs, we saw serverless, we saw Lambda functions. How many of you have used serverless before or worked with an API before? Great, a lot of you. And that's when we started writing a lot of interesting code, getting the response from the server, sending some payload. We all were having a great time. And then came this amazing era where we all stopped writing code and we started chatting. How many of you in the last 24 hours have not written a prompt? No one. Oh, there's one guy. How many of you have...
Cell is not working for now.
Yeah?
Maybe cell is not working for now.
No internet zone. Okay. How many of you are now, whenever you have to search anything, whenever you have to find a problem, a solution for your code, you rely on an LLM. You write a prompt, you get the solution, you apply it, all good. How many of you are using Amazon Q or any other generative AI assistant to write code, to solve your problems? And that's where we are. Am I right? Yes. But there's a small catch. This was back in 2023. MCP or Model Context Protocol was launched in 2024. In just 3 months we will be heading to 2026. Don't you think something is missing? We all were great at writing these web apps. We got amazing in building APIs. We love chatting. But then what's next? The era of agents. We have agents talking to agents, collaborating and achieving a certain task. Now let me ask, how many of you have built an agent? Can you see the difference? Where we are heading and why we are not upskilling? If the world is talking about this, if every industry, every tech giant is working on their agents, why not us? We the students are the next, line. Let me show you one more demo, a quick demo of an agent called Amazon Q. And how many of you have worked on Kubernetes clusters? Anyone? Oh, great. Oh, nice. A lot of people. Which is the Kubernetes managed service provided by AWS? Anyone? Nice. How many EKS clusters do you have? Oh, I don't know. I have to go to check console and then no. Let's ask Amazon Q. Amazon Q, can you list the EKS clusters in my US West 2 region, and it thinks, it checks via an MCP server using a tool, use AWS, and I can see there is one EKS cluster in my region called retail store. Now the best part. Can you share health insights on that cluster? Okay, let's see what it does. Now it uses EKS MCP server and get EKS insights and gets all the health data for my EKS cluster. Did I open any console? Did I do any clicks? No. Amazon Q, being that smart agent, has these tools that can connect to AWS with my credentials and get the right data I am asking for. How many of you have used Amazon Q before? Nice, interesting. How many of you want to build the next Amazon Q? That's what students are for. To build something amazing. By the way, let me ask you a question, a simple question. If you had to build Amazon Q, which one would you pick? But the question is different. How much time did it take for AWS to build Amazon Q and ship it as well? But my question is, how much time will you take? Let's see. People are like not confident. I need to learn first. Okay, let's take a guess. How much time did AWS take to build Amazon Q, develop a CLI, the command line? Yes? 3 weeks? Okay, let's see. Let's get a raise of hands. 3 weeks. Okay, you don't trust me? Okay. 3 months? Oh, that sounds reasonable. 3 quarters? 5. The correct answer is 3 weeks. Yes. That's the amount of time it took our engineers to build and ship Amazon Q CLI. And in today's session, I will be teaching you how to build an AI agent in, we don't have 3 weeks, but we have 3 minutes. How many of you are ready to build an AI agent in just 3 minutes? Great. Awesome. Let's see. With the right tools, with the right set of tools, guidance, documentations, frameworks, we can launch Agentic AI applications not in weeks, not in months. Yeah, in weeks. We'll do it in minutes. But yeah, to build a completely shippable product, it takes weeks. It can't be done in minutes. Okay. So everyone's saying AI will take your job. Try writing code. You'll understand. Try shipping code. You'll understand. Okay. Great. Now, let's understand first what is an agent, how an agent works, and then it will be easier for us to build AI agents. How many of you are unaware about agent? What is an agent? How many of you have no idea? Let me see some hands. No idea how it works. Oh, that's good. You're on the right place. We'll see how it works. Not sure if it's visible on the back, but is there a TV there and it's visible? Ah, I love this one. I love this campus. There's a dedicated DevOps and cloud room there. This is unbelievable. So great work here, Cloud Club. I am amazed to see what you have done in this campus. Great work. Big round of applause. Amazing. Now let's focus back here. What does an agent do? An agent can invoke a model. When I say model, I mean LLM. And when I ask LLM, what is an LLM? Everyone is like, large language model. LLM, any example of LLM you can give? That's an application. The LLM behind is GPT. So you can see Claude, GPT, Olama, DeepSeek, Gemini, Nova. If you want to host these, you have Bedrock. Amazon Bedrock allows you to host models. You can deploy your models. You can connect with models using APIs. Now, an agent can invoke a model. If I write a prompt, say hi, an agent can understand and send it to a LLM and can get an answer back saying hi. How many of you have used all these LLMs? You have used it, right? You write a prompt, you get a response. But if you ask this LLM, what's current date? What will it say? Anyone try? If you ask this, take it as a homework. If you ask this LLM, tell me any random number between 1 and 50, it will always say one number only, which is 27. Why? Because it is trained on that data. If I ask you what's today's date, it will say I was trained on January 1st, 2024, that's why I can't say the current date. How will it find that dog who just left or that agent? How will it find on old data? And that's why you need one more thing called tools. So an agent can invoke a model, also execute tool and get the specific result you are looking for. How many of you understood what is an agent? It can invoke a model, it can execute a tool. Let's say invoke a model says what's current date. An execute tool would be a Python code that can say date time, not date time now, and it can get the current date. That output can be combined with the output from LLM and your final result will be current date. How many of you found the solution to the problem of at least date? Let me see some hands. How many of you understood how an agent works? Great. So agent needs these amazing things called tools. As a software engineer, you should know how to build these tools. These are pure, coding. Simple coding. You can build your own tools. As a cloud engineer, you should know how to run these tools, how to keep these tools ready. Okay? Now, how many of you are aware about this term called MCP? Let me see some hands. Okay. Now don't tell me MCP means Model Context Protocol. No. That's fine. What I wanted to know is how MCP works. So MCP, if you check the name, Model Context. Our model, our LLM does not have the context about current date. So this protocol allows these tools to talk to your LLM with the correct security practices, best practices. It allows to have a protocol so that your model can get some context related to the tool. So MCP servers, if you see here, will have tools in it. Will have tools in it that can be connected with this agent and can enhance your LLM. Now, how many of you are getting it? That first, I used to give a prompt, hello, how are you? And the LLM would say, I am doing good, all good, tell me. Now, if you have this MCP server can be a calendar MCP server, can be a Uber MCP server, can be your Zomato MCP server. And you can directly say, can you please order this for me? It has the right tools, it will get that tools and it will start ordering for you. How many of you are now getting it? Making sense? The interesting part, you can build all this on your own, on your local, free of cost. Now how many of you are interested to build an agent? Okay, free everywhere, okay? Great. Introducing Strands agents. So Strands agent is a SDK. It's open source. You can build agents, you can build multiple agents, you can make your agents collaborate with each other. Interesting. You LLM locally using Olama or connect using Bedrock. And this trans agent can help you create amazing agent. It can also help you connect with MCP servers. And how do I use it? How many of you know Python? Anyone here? Okay, we all are Python fans here. Okay, great. How do I install a library in Python? Pip install. Okay? So if Strands agent is a package which is open source, how do I install it? Pip install Strands agents. Great. And now if I want to install some tools, pip install Strands agent tools. Simple. How many of you can do this? Great. Now, which IDE do you use to write code? VS Code? PyCharm? Any deadbeans? Okay. No dinosaurs. Great. We'll see another IDE in a while. But let's understand how to write a Strands code. Why do we use from in Python? What is this first line? From Strands import agent. What is this import? From the package you are importing a class. So why am I calling agent a class? A is what? Capital? Correct? Now what do I do? What does this line mean? Anyone can explain? If this agent is a class, what does this mean? It's an instance of this class. It's an object. Great. Basically, we all know code. Okay, all good. Great. Now we can just run this agent. Done. Now, if I want, I can name my agent. So I was coming to this hall, and in the lobby area, I found something very interesting. There was an Iron Man suit there. Like, how cool is this college? I love it already. Coming back to Iron Man, what was that AI assistant Iron Man had? Jarvis. Great. How many of you had this childhood dream? So, not childhood. Okay, for you it's childhood. Okay, Gen Z. How many of you had this childhood dream of creating their own Jarvis? Everyone? What if I tell you, you will be building your next Jarvis in next 3 minutes? Ready? And with definitely, we might add this agent to that Iron Man suit. Maybe we can power that. Jarvis 1.0 or something. Okay, let's build it. And by the way, if you know good amount of Python, you can even write your own tools. You just need to import this tool, create a decorator. How many of you know what is a decorator in Python? Great, okay, we need to study more. That's good. You can create your own tool and you can add those tools in your agent. Now, if you had your own Jarvis, what tool would you build? Yes, anyone? Yeah, it's fine. You can think. You are like, okay, I have to text her. Okay, I have to do this as well. I have to book a good date as well. Okay. So Jarvis is not for that. You can also say, you can review my assignment so that my faculties don't have to go through that ChatGPT generated content. You can do crazy things with an agent. Let's see how. By the way, you can use Bedrock model and use any LLM of your choice. Claude Sonnet 4, Claude Sonnet 4.1. Every day I wake up, there's a new model. Whichever you want with Bedrock model, you can do. Let's build an agent right from scratch. How many of you have used this IDE called Hero? It's an agentic IDE. You just write, hey, do this, and it'll do it. With MCP support, with all the tools, everything built right in this IDE. Previously, I was giving a session somewhere, and one of the guy was using NetBeans, and I was giving a session on Hero. Now there were 3 generations back. So you need to upgrade yourself. Let's see how do we write your first AI agent. How many of you are ready to build Jarvis? See, college winner, it's always good to hear some noise. How many of you are ready to build Jarvis? Let's see. Let's give me a huge shout out on 3, 2, 1. Let's shout AWS. 3, 2, 1. AWS. Now, great. Let's go. Now, I'll use my favorite ID, Hero. I'll go to this project called Strands ACD. Great. I'll create a new file. I'll name it Jarvis.py. Great. Now, first, pip install Strands agents. Okay, if I need tools as well, Strands agent tools. Great, great work. Now, once this is installed, what do? I import my library. So, from Strands, import agent. Then, once my class is imported, then what's next? Initialize it. Great, nice. Now, I need to make Jarvis a persona, right? How was Jarvis? He was witty. He used to make fun of Fireman, but he was very helpful. So, you're proactive in offering help, but you're a bit cheeky, always helpful. Great. If you want to import tools, you can do that as well. From Strands, import HTTP requests. You can make internet requests. Now, I'll give this agent the name Jarvis. I'll give this a system prompt. Now, I want to again and again call this agent. I need to create an infinite loop. Anyone know how? While loop, great. Anyone knows how to take input in Python? Input. Wow. Hindi se bhi aasan hai bhai. You take input, write input. Great. Okay, this input goes to Jarvis and it will start giving you the response. Let's see what response does Jarvis give for you. All done? You import first, you write a system prompt, you just run it. That's it. Python Jarvis.py. Okay. Hello Jarvis. Let's see what Jarvis says. Hello there. Jarvis at your service at the AWS community session. Great. So can you tell a piece of advice for the AWS community here? Let's see what advice Jarvis has for you. Listen up, cloud enthusiasts. The real magic isn't knowing every service by heart. It's in understanding which problem they solve. Okay, now important question. How to get the lunch and swags? Okay, it's an internal conference question. Hey, wait. I suspect you are pulling my leg here. Oh, that's a smart agent, right? Interesting. It knows the context of AWS Community Day. If I ask, book ticket for me, if I have the right tool, it will start booking. It will start taking actions. And that's 3 minutes. How many of you got to know how to build your first AI agent? Let me see some hands here. Okay. Interesting. But the question comes, if I take this AI agent and if I send it to my friend is sitting in some other institute, I am sitting here. If I send that localhost 8080 link, will it open in his laptop? No. Nowadays that's not happening, right? I was checking a few resumes. I have built an amazing website and link, localhost 8080. Beautiful. So, how do I make sure this agent is not just sitting here in my local, but is available for each and everyone out there? So the thing is, there's a service launched by AWS. It's called Amazon Bedrock Agent Core. By the way, it's not GA, it's in preview. How many of you want to see the preview right now? It's something which is upcoming. Great, nice, a lot of interest. But let's understand how does it work and why do we need this? We already know how to run agents. We have serverless, we have Lambda functions. Why not we run our agents on that Lambda function? And give the response. But if you remember my first slide, the way we are writing code is changing. The way we are deploying code is also changing. Let's understand this. Your agent might fail, or it will fail. Everything fails all the time. It's not my code, it's from Werner Vogel, CTO of Amazon. This agent might fail, but if it has a runtime environment, like a Docker container, which we can start, restart, and we can know when it fails, it would be great, right? So let's pull down the runtime. Now we have the runtime for this agent, so it does not fail. Even if it fails, we know how to restart it. It stays available. Now, if you write to this agent saying, hey, please give me the recipe of chai, and next day you say, can you bring my favorite beverage? Will your agent remember anything? Agent does not have memory. Amazon Bedrock gives you memory as well. Now, your tools have to be isolated so that your agent can run fine. You can even bring the built-in tools. Security is job zero at Amazon. That's why we have built an identity as well. So if you have any Lambda functions, you can put a gateway and you can connect to any MCP client, any MCP server, and you can get your answers right there. All with AWS level security. And how many of you have been using AWS for the last few months, years? Okay, interesting. How do I use this thing? How many of you think Amazon Bedrock Agent Core, this sounds very tricky. How to use this? Pip, how many of you know how to install a library? Okay, we all do. Great. Pip install Bedrock Agent Core. Pip install Bedrock Agent Core. Start your toolkit. That's all. And whatever your agent was, how many of you remember this agent, Jarvis? Whatever your agent was, just add one line from Bedrock Agent Core runtime, import a Bedrock Agent Core app. And this app will be your entry point for your agent. You can just write this simple command called agent core configure your agent. The Docker file will be automatically built. The code build, the YAML file which deploys your agent, it will be automatically built. The IAM role will be automatically built. Everything will be done by itself with just one command called agent core launch. And you have just made your agent public, accessible to anyone, obviously with the right identity. And that's how you deploy your agents in production. How many of you got a small glimpse of what their next mega project can be? Or what their next interesting, pet project of creating an agent can be? And that's Amazon Bedrock Agent Core for you. Not just trans agents. Let's say you want to build your AI agent with Crew AI, LangChain, or any agentic framework. You can use any framework, and the entire observability, gateway, memory, all the tech stack that you need, will get it right. Now, with everything, how many of you are excited to build something new? You have so many things. You have Amazon Q to give you suggestions. You have Strands agents to build your agents. You have Bedrock Agent Core to deploy your agents. How many of you are excited for the Agentic web? I hope I gave my idea of Agentic web from Basin Nagar Beach to creating agents. That's my time. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience. Thanks a lot. I can see you all like it. That's my UPI. Give me 50 rupees. 600 plus skill builder courses for free here. You saw Amazon Q, you will be getting a free version of Amazon Q. We all love asking our doubts. You will be getting repost access where you can ask your questions directly to AWS employees. What else do you want? You want communities? You can see a lot of community builders in the house. I can see Varsha, I can see Kumshri, so many amazing community builders here. You can get access to all of these. Cloud clubs, heroes. Each and everyone is building on the Builder Center, and I wish you all the best. That's it from my side. Thank you so much. यहाँ तक वीडियो में बने रहने के लिए धन्यवाद. I'll see you all in the next video.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your vision and insights with us. Your guidance on practical learning and career growth truly resonates with students aiming to become builders on the cloud. Up next, we have with us a leader who has been a pillar of support for student communities across the country. Our second keynote speaker, Mr. Agentic Saha, is known for his mission in building ecosystems where students won't just learn technology, they build, collaborate, and grow into leaders. His session today is about the future of student builders and how cloud communities can shape careers, industries, and innovation like never before. With great excitement, let's welcome Mr. Agentic Saha to the stage.
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏ அப்துல் லேப்டாப் கொண்டு தூக்கிப்பாங்க. அப்படி என் கூட வா அப்படி. நான் டைப் எடுத்து சொல்கிறேன்.
Cool. Hi everyone, I'm Orko and it's probably nostalgic coming back to Chennai. I did my engineering from Chennai. So I'm pretty familiar with Sarvana Bhavan, going around Pondy Bazaar, there's another beach and everything around. So yes, having a good time here, but the rains, I think it's pretty good. It's keeping the weather calm than it used to be. But really thank you, each one of you, for coming here for AWS Cloud Clubs and the student community. Firstly, big round of applause for all the Cloud Club captains. And each one of you who are attending this event. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of content that will be delivered today by industry speakers, workshops, and there's a beautiful campus altogether. So kudos to everybody for actually making it here on a rainy day in Chennai. I'll give a quick intro of myself before I really start. I'm CS grad, moved primarily getting interested in open source, contributing to communities, shifted gears more into product management, and here I am at AWS as a community manager, building and helping student developers become better builders. So my talk today is going to be primarily being around how do you be a good builder, be a good builder on campus. What are things that you can probably do to make your career exciting, go beyond probably just the books. What are the exciting things you can contribute to? What are ways you can contribute? So I'll keep it more not so traditional and try to make sure you have something in the end. And there's a small, nice, good reveal actually, where you find what next on the journey for a student who is aiming to be a builder on AWS. So, a quick show of hands firstly of anybody who considers themselves as a builder. You talked about builder center already. Quick show of hands. Anybody who considers yourself as a builder? Okay, let me rephrase that. How many of you have built some app or maybe a hardware prototype or maybe a small pet project of yours in the last 1 week or 2 weeks? Anybody? Okay. Pretty less. How many of you have actually not built but thought of an idea? Shubham just mentioned about Agentic Web, using Kilo, using Amazon Q. How many of you have thought of building something? Anybody like that? You know, hey, I have this crazy idea, I want to build something. How many of you? Okay. I think the way I would try to put this, that's two simple emojis. You see there's a student and a rocket. The rocket for me out here is you embracing yourself into that builder journey. As students, for you, the college campus is itself like a sandbox environment. You get to learn the curriculum. You get to experiment on the curriculum by building projects. You might have that crazy vague idea of yours where you think that, you know, hey, I'm really struggling with this particular thing while building something. You go and try to go and prototype it. It could be a simple vague idea of a note-making app which helps you manage your college assignments better. But the whole point of actually is getting started to create that entire vision, doing that design board, create that design board for yourself. So you start off with a small simple idea where you want to go and build simple projects. Now, when you start building projects, you realize you might hit simple bugs. You try to solve it alone. You write, you look into multiple API documentations. You try to look into reference tutorials. You try to see what are the available applications that is probably built. But then you end up, with a scrappy app, and that's okay. I think every startup built today, every corporate that has got mature today has gone through an iterative process. They build, they fail, they learn, they improve, and then they build again. I think that's like the way how every organization functions. Your simple idea that you probably start up on a weekend project, trying to build something, could be scrappy. You might get those 100 errors, you might get stuck with things, but you do have the community to support you. That's exactly when you start working and collaborating together. As builders, I think the biggest lesson that one can do while being on campus is figure out ways how we can collaborate. Open source communities, cloud clubs, all of these are your learning peers who could probably be your future co-workers or maybe your next co-founder. When you're working together, you're not just trying to get into a perfect vision story for your scrappy app. You're actually experimenting without those tight deadlines probably you would do on a professional environment. Being on campus gives you that liberty to do so. You have access to a lot of tools. I think the university already has great facilities on board. Clubs, areas for rooms for dedicated prototyping. I see already a lot of projects being demonstrated today. So it's already, awareness is definitely there. But it's just that the way raise of hands in terms of building projects I think was pretty low. But I think we got it covered on that as well. When you talk about projects, the best way to actually build a project is definitely attending hackathons. How many of you have been to a hackathon before? Cool. Can anybody voluntarily share about what was their project like? Anybody? Feel free to just come on stage if you want. Does that make you uncomfortable? Oh, please. I know, just give out some swag if you come on stage. Does that excite more people to come on stage? Yeah.
Am I audible? Actually, the first experience actually happened for me for a hackathon, which happened in 2014. Okay, so it was called as Software Testing World Cup competition. So the event was called as Software Testing World Cup. Around 7,500 teams participated globally. From India, it was 1,500 teams which participated. We were actually given 3 hours of time for reviewing 3 products. First product was a banking product. Second was, I don't know whether you have people who plays basketball. National Basketball Association product actually. Third was a grid management product. So we were a team of 4. Our team name was called as Awesome 4. So the event took place, actually I was in Chennai that time. There was a power cut. So we had close to 15 laptops, okay. For being a team of 4, we had close to 15 laptops in my room, actually. We tested this across 8 OS, okay. If you believe or not, I don't know, except Windows, I don't know any other OS to work on. For the sake of the event, I learned everything in the morning by Googling and taking short notes and everything. So the event got completed. After a month, there was a big surprise. We were ranking 12th globally out of 7,500 teams and ranked 4th in India. So it was an education initiative. It was not for the sake of prize or anything, but we were able to uncover things. So you believe or not, I spoke to, I don't know whether you know the club team called Lakers, which is a very famous team in NBA. I spoke to the captain of NBA. Okay. So in MRC, Yahoo chat, it's a command line thing, okay? You don't hear the voice about it. So he spoke to me and he acknowledged that whatever findings we gave about the product were all addressed actually. I can acknowledge. So our team name was called Awesome 4. So one more thing, we had a lot of challenges, okay? Out of 4 in the team, 3 were sick. All 3 were suffering with fever and flu and everything. One was having a personal emergency. As I told, there was power cuts and everything. In spite of that, we were able to deliver it. So that was my first experience.
Thank you so much for saying that out. Do you hear that excitement with fever, learning things just on the fly, wake up in the morning, build something? I think it's bigger than probably somebody when says that, it's like an innovation marathon, because you're literally learning and building at scale. You might not be a great designer, yet you end up creating those UI UX for your simple app. You might not be the right or the best coder out there, yet you do so. You learn new frameworks, you learn new API documentations, and you go and build new tools. So, as AWS, to help student developers, we came up with a simple idea that yes, we have the great tools, we have the great infrastructure, we have everything that a student really needs to go and build solutions. Why not come up with a program where you have a way or a motivation to really go and build student projects? This morning, on your campus, 2 of your Cloud Club members actually published, or rather announced this program. It's AWS for Students for the Student Grant Hackathon program. And the entire program is curated and created for student developers. It helps organizers from any university in India to request for a grant. It gives you access to sponsorships. It gives you access to the content bundle. It gives you access to speakers, workshop facilitators, and everything in a streamlined manner run by one of our partners, Defolio, to manage this program. It's your starting point to actually go and build on AWS. It helps you to actually go and kill that straight up idea that you're thinking as a weekend project for you to actually go and build it. For us, it's going to be all on Builder Center. Where do you find this program? It's going to be Builder Center. How do you apply? It's on Builder Center. Now, as next steps, I would let each one of you, next time when we have probably another student community day, it would be a great chance for you to actually have more and more people to apply for the grant and come up with the coolest of the coolest projects being built on AWS. How many of you are excited to actually apply for this grant and host a hackathon on campus? Anybody else other than the university students from here? Great. This is your chance to go and host that hackathon on campus. And as AWS, we're really excited to see what you really build and showcase on Builder Center. All of it is going to be on builder.aws.com. That's me from AWS Oracle, and I would love to connect with each one of you if you have more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such an inspiring note. Your ideas about community, mentorship, and building tangible projects on campus will surely motivate many students to take initiative.
What an incredible start. Thank you to the speakers for setting the tone with such inspiring talks. Now let me take through the rest of the day's exciting agenda. From 11:10, we commence with the 3 parallel tracks. Each track has 6 sessions delivered by expert speakers. Track 1, Agentic AI and generative AI, which happens right here in this hall. And track 2, Serverless, which happens in AV Hall 2. And track 3, Security, which happens in AV Hall 1. In total, 18 sessions will be delivered across these 3 tracks. We will, in the afternoon, we look forward to an engaging panel discussion on Agentic AI on AWS, the next era of cloud computing and intelligence, bringing together distinguished professionals to share their insights. For those who enjoy hands-on learnings, please do not miss the immersive workshop on the QCLS service from 3:20 p.m. to 4:40 p.m., offering practical experience with the AWS tools. The day's events will conclude with a vote of thanks by 4:40 p.m. We will now take a short tea break and use this time to network and connect. Refreshments will be served, and we kindly request to everyone return promptly for the parallel tracks, which will begin at 11:15 a.m. Standing across the window will guide you to the correct rows. And also we have a thing called paper presentation and Project Expo. It's present outside. You can take a look at it. Our students' project has been delivered there. The next sessions will be started by 9:20.
Paused it. Huh? You have paused it?
No, it's there on live.
Okay, this is running live.
Live in YouTube. Live on YouTube? Yeah. I didn't see that.
My boss might be seeing me cracking besan level jokes.
Somewhat delayed. Yeah, it's with delay.
Good. Like, share and subscribe.
So there is a, you want to host a hackathon? Yeah, so go to Builder Center, there is a post announcement on this. There is a program application. Just need to apply for that. Do you have cloud in your company? Oh, okay. So I think you can just apply for the program. All the resources that you get would be definitely, if your application gets selected, you get that support. One good place for you to learn get access to a lot of conditions. So there will be more links you back to certifications, ways to contribute. So all of that is definitely. I think Builder Centers are ideal for you all to get to know about everything around I sort of this being part of the but otherwise, that's how we start. You were talking about
what is CPU, every basic stuff actually helps you to build the next level of tech. Data fetching, data structure. Right? A lot of people ask me, do I really need to know DS after LLM? Guys, even at 15 or 16 years of experience, when we go to any company, the first 3 norms are typically DS. Do you think companies are fool that after LLM they still get to know DS? DS is the art. The only way to judge an unknown stranger in terms of his logical thinking or any unknown force is only DS. So, if you don't love DS, you really haven't understood the core software engine. And the problem statement that we try to solve typically, if you ask me, is always the searching. Searching is always the first principle that I followed in all my projects. Anybody that I want to execute, it has to be O of 1. The fastest searching that I do. That's what we aim for. We really don't end up many other times because there is a collision which really happens under the hood all the time. But the aim is always O of 1. So any code that you write on your machine, on your piece of paper, ask yourself, am I able to get it at O of 1? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about only time complexity. Space complexity is still okay for me. For a lot of folks, given that the hard disk has become cheaper. People are okay to take more space on your disk. People are not okay to buy extra CPUs. CPUs are extremely expensive. And given that we are in a race of GPU has become far more expensive. Right, trees, graph. So I know there are a lot of examples. Even right, any sort of you interact with Instagram, LinkedIn, and all. These all are built on trees and graph, guys. If these VS were not known, you would have never seen how does a LinkedIn being built, how does a Facebook really works, how does the recommendation system on ML really works. So focus on these. Nobody will tell you. Believe me, guys, it's all up to you to understand. Because when you come to interview, this is where people will grill you heavy. Right? And there we don't tell you that you have to code on LLM and it's okay for us. No. If you don't code it on a piece of paper and get the right logic, people don't bring it on board. As a fresher, guys, it's okay to skip the tech, but it's not okay if you skip the fundamentals. This is something which is very core. Array and string manipulation. Any problem statement that you solve, you're going to hold it in some of the DS. Typically array, linked list, anything that you call it. But that's where you do the processing. So playing with an array or doing sample exercise will always help you. On a piece of paper, guys. Stop using machines if you're not able to do it on a piece of paper first. Primitive types like integer, float, these are very basic, guys. It looks very easy. But if you haven't understood that how bits and bytes really stored on your machine, you never understood how does we actually store your data. Right? This is one of my favorite interview questions which I ask that say for example, if I have a integer which can store 8 bits, okay, and if I have a signed in, that means I can also store plus and minus, then how many bits do I need to store the actual data? Anybody want to question? It's a very simple question. I have signed data, I have a 8-bit of memory manipulation game. Now, how many bits do I really need to store this whole data? 16, but I have only 8 bits. Now, out of 8 bits, in how many number of slots will I be able to fit the actual data? Do I actually need a whole 8-bit to store my actual data? So that's it. I leave over this. The idea is simple. It's all about understanding that plus and minus is also 1 bit for me. So you only take 1 bit as a sign. Only you can use 7 bit as to store the data. That's the simple. A lot of people fail to answer this, guys. I'm very amazed that people still don't understand that what is. If I say I have a 8 bit, how many different combinations will you be able to generate? What is that? Out of 8 bits, how many combinations can I generate? It's 2 raised to 8. How does that number tell them? What is that? It's a permutation formula. What's a permutation? NPR is equal to n factorial divided by n minus r whole factorial. What is n? N is your different number of digits. R is a slot where you have to fill your data. These are very basic stuff, guys. But you really understand this only if you put it on a piece of paper. And that's what we are missing it. You will have to code and see it yourself. Every data that you store, the number of combinations that you are going to derive is only from these formulas. And a lot of people do not understand. I find it very difficult That if somebody really do not know how does 2 raised to 8 to the power, how does that number is being derived? Okay, then it's really fundamentally we are doing something wrong. So focus on that. Time and space, as I said before, time is amazing critical in today's world. CPU is expensive, space is okay, people are okay. Even if you take twice of my existing array, it's okay. I really don't bother. But if you're able to give me O of 1, that's the best shot for a lot of us. Right? Even leave out O of 1, yeah, I understand that a lot of people will not be able to give us the data in O of 1, but how close you are able to, how you are able to do it with less number of collision, giving you the right set of data. The life is all about getting the right database. We have a lot of data, and that's where the industry is playing its card on. Give me the data in the fastest possible time. That's where a lot of software that you see around works on this basic funda of time complexity. Spend time on this. Yeah, this is a design pattern than always. I know probably in your lot of college, a lot of your curriculum you would have not studied, but this is where industry really relies on. Okay, a project that you see in a typical college setup is it 5, 6 files or 10 files of combinations. A typical, a complex project is what we see more than 1,000 files, more than 10,000 files in fact. So a corporate project does not run on screening sample POC. It runs on typically managing the projects. And the management of the project happens when you put the right designs into it. Every design that people have created in the past is basically to solve a problem of how do you do it in a complex project. When you do it in simple POC, you may not realize the importance of it because you really, I mean, your project structure is so simple that having a design pattern a lot of times does not help. But the moment I showed you my code base, which hold 20 lakhs of files, and every code, every program, including C to JavaScript to TypeScript to Core Java we have used, you will realize that's where the design pattern actually shines. Spend some time on it. These are not, this is a very solid master of it, but it's always good to know. Clean code and solid principle. This is where this is what I'm talking about basically, that how do you manage your complex projects. Okay, I don't know, do you have your clean code, solid principles in your curriculum days? Can anyone raise their hand if they have studied before? No, right? Probably, it will come to you, but this is the reason I come up here, saying that take screenshot, read this when you go home. These are something on which we have built. If you really want to be a kick software engineer, right? That's where we aspire to be. You really need to know these basics. And believe me guys, there's a difference here. So it's okay to skip the fundamentals. Okay, a lot of people ask me this. Is it okay to skip because given that LLM is able to generate my code? The answer is no. It is okay to skip the tech for me, but it is never okay to skip the fundamentals. The tech is being inspired always and always by fundamentals. And believe me, when you go into office setup and all, you will realize nobody have a time to clarify your fundamental questions. People are okay to clarify your tech things. Especially if you don't understand React, if you don't understand specific tech, that is okay to us. We really don't bother. But if you tell me that Manish, I still don't understand when you talk about time complexity, then it's a problem. If somebody tells me I don't understand threading, then it's a problem. Somebody tells me I don't understand what's a heap memory, then it's a problem. If somebody says I don't understand how does, say for example, Next.js works, how does a Node.js works, it's okay. You really don't bother. You will be able to learn it the moment you put it onto the project as long as your fundamentals are intact. This master any one programming language. You cannot be the master of everything that you do in your college. You will have to pick one core solid language. Either it has to be Core Java, it has to be C. Python is not a very solid language for me because Python still abstracts a lot of things. But still, it is okay as long as you know every in and out of Python. That is also okay for me. But you will have to master only one. Because that's where people will grill you guys. Okay, so people tell me that I know JavaScript, I know TypeScript, I know Core Java. And the moment we put you on some of the core problems and we tell you that choose your programming languages, a lot of people fails. Okay, that's why we are telling you, master one programming language, which you really need to know in and out. Okay, I have just 10 more minutes. Cloud fundamentals. This is where, again, the thing, guys. Irrespective of cloud, how does the people, what actually people do in cloud? What's the problem statement that people are trying to solve on the cloud? What if cloud were not there? Were we not living our life without cloud? The answer is yes, we were living it. But what really cloud really helped us to scale to that level that we never imagined. That's why you will have to understand that what is serverless computing, how do people create a backend, how do people deploy it. These are basic fundamentals irrespective of any tech that happens. Okay, this I have already covered. Language I have already told you. Computation and combination. Guys, the industry runs on these hardcore topics. Computation and combination, these are something which you can't study in 1 day, 2 days. These are something which has taken months for us to actually realize what amazing work that computation and combination does. So every single sort of sequence that you can build out of computation, you will have to write a piece of code on a paper. That's where you grow. And these are something very you never get it in one shot. We have made hundreds of programs and every time I screwed it so beautifully. You will not get it right until you really code every time. And once you get the solid things right, then you realize actually the software engineering is beautiful at its heart. Even if you remove the wrapper out of it, the software engineering is an amazing field to be. Threading, this is what asynchronous programming, which I was saying. This is also one of the core solid thing, right? Threading in any programming language. Every programming language supports you threading. So if you really need to know threading, say for example, take core Java and a thread principle, or a Python, or how does the threading work there. But threading is same across, irrespective of any tech. If you don't understand how two pieces of code running at the same time on the same CPU cycle, that's really good to know. That's where the project runs on. Nobody runs everything in sequence way. We run everything in the world parallelly. Threads, okay, this is a part of this. Yes, this is another one which is what AWS also turned up here. Community events, guys. Most of the tech, if you ask me out of my all career, almost 40% of the credit goes to community events which I have attended. Irrespective of any tech, attend every community event that happens in your city. Maybe in Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, wherever you are from. Go into every community event. These are a great place to understand how the tech actually works. And believe me, over a period, the tech is actually shrinking. Everybody in a corporate needs a Shaktiman now, typically. They want everybody to understand your backend, frontend, LLM, everything. So if you really want to build that Shaktiman capability in you, you will have to get into community events, attend as much as possible. Keep attending even if you do not understand. Maybe the first attempt you will not be able to clarify if the tech is new, but when you go to the same event second time, you will be able to clear the doubts. Yeah, this is which I have stressed is already enough. Fundamentals are the key, guys. Things will change. Fundamentals never go away. The second thing, after LLM, which I have realized, which I know today's generation is actually a great communicator, but still master the piece of communication, guys. LLM has brought a lot of noises in our systems. I needed people, or a lot of us need those folks who are able to clarify those noises for us. If LLM gives me 20 different answers, I need some human to justify which answer is correct with the validated input and should be able to articulate well. Even though people have a right answer, if they don't have the articulation capability, corporate world does not take it nicely. I'm sorry to say that, but that's a hard truth. You really need to be good at what you do, irrespective of at the code, at the system, or in the meetings. And it's okay, even if you do not understand English at first, it's okay, guys. You will have to master. Knowing any language is not a big deal, and just a matter of practice. This I will skip for the sake of time. We have how much minutes? 5. Okay, I'll wrap it up in 5. Okay, this I will skip it for now, given the time. But I will cover the core topic which people at your level should know. Yes, this is something which I. Hey, how do I go back? Sorry guys, I missed a lot of slides here. So this is what? Guys, this is one of my benchmark study that I did. Okay, what code LLMs? So you see ChatGPT, you see Nova, you see Gemini. A lot of things are aiming in the right. They are trying to solve a good problem. They are trying to experience our software development life cycle. If I used to take 10 hours previously, now with these machines, I take really 2 hours. right, with the proven data. Now, what really happened is this brought a lot of noises for a lot of us as a workforce, given that we survive on salary on XYZ stuff, right? Integrated industry, in fact. And we need the money for paying our day-to-day bills. Now, what is it which is really happening is what these machines are doing. If you ask me, right, I did it almost for this, I spoke with 6 months, typically more than 40 folks, especially at the VP and above level, to understand what this monster or a big king is trying to do it in our way. And everybody with whom I spoke, right, I gave concrete details and their feedback to them, saying that I need to fill this checklist. You will need to give me the data. And I realized that was all about LLMs, okay? Now, what is the concrete study that I got out of LLM is typically, what is that which LLM is actually trying to solve on what capability? The two things which I really came up with, one is speed. LLM is super with speed, right? You give a prompt, it gives you code then and there. Then and there. I mean, typically then and there. Humans will never be able to do that. That speed is something, can you beat it then? No, it's impossible. Second thing which LLM really tries to do very awesome is the quality. Even if you give a very complex and you keep your context window smaller, LLMs are super king. They give you the right answer. A lot of people will criticize that LLM does not give you the right answer. No. As per my benchmark studies with all LLMs, LLM gives you supremely better answers. The problem is always in the context. If you don't give the right context, LLM will hallucinate. But if you narrow down your context, things will become great. Now this is what LLM relies on. Quality and so what is bringing? It's bringing the momentum and excellence to industry. Now we as a human, right, we are basically betting against machines now. That's where the world we are in. Whether you like it or not, that's where we are going to be right now. We are talking to machines and that's our right competitor in front of us. Now how do we survive, right? So the only ideology which I came on is basically machines are built on speed and excellence. Now it's the time for all of us guys to get into the speed of excellence. If you are really not good in what you do, you will never be able to achieve that strength. You really have to be good. Gone are the days when just being an average folk were able to get a job in IT. Gone are those days. Now you really need to be good at it. If you are really not good at it, question that to yourself that why did you got into software engineering? And there is nothing like it's a wrong time and all that days. The moment you say you are being truthful to yourself, things will fall in place. Right? But if you are not good in, or if you don't like engineering, even when nobody is watching you, and if you are not doing that, that means you are never made for engineering, software engineering at least. You will have to accept the facts. But if you know that even if my teachers do not watch, even if there is a time of sitting on a laptop, I go and read about articles about OS, about anything that you really love in software. If you are doing that, the answer is probably yes, that you really love engineering at your heart. If the answer is yes, you are in a great industry. If the answer is no, rethink what you want to do. Right, and I think this is what something I will, just one last one. Right, let's fail fast and do what you want to do it. You will have to create a lot of POCs to experiment, internship, to see what is that which you really want to do it and fail and figure out whether that really works or not. Doesn't work, go on to the next one. That's an idea setting out in. Own your career, decide what you want to do it. Because a lot of today's Gen Z are really don't know what they really want to do it. And it's okay. 98% of the folks actually don't know what they really want to do it. They all got into the game because of money. Okay, but believe me, it's only the passion which drives us. Every money becomes the second point. Money is always a byproduct, guys. If you're really good in what you do, you will anyway make money. And given that we are in the internet era, you will anyway for sure will succeed if you really become in the top 5% of the category. 95% I do not know. Top 5 you reach, you are going to make money. Right, so this is what I want to do. Love what you do, enjoy your thing and enjoy the journey, guys. Don't be stressed out. Today's folks are far more stressed because of noise, because of mobiles, because of a lot of other stuff. It feels sad, right? But believe me, guys, things will fall in place as long as you are at least honest to yourself. If you're not honest with yourself, then anyway you will have to bear the consequences. That's all, guys. Hope it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunker, for connecting the dots between software engineering and AI cloud future. Our next session is led by AWS Community Builder, who has been with this community right from the very beginning. As the very first captain of our AWS Cloud Club, he successfully led last year's AWS Student Community Day with a vision and dedication. Beyond his leadership, he brings deep expertise in building AI systems that don't just predict but execute, automate, and deliver measurable value. Today, we will speak on from general intelligence to practical action, putting Nova Act to work. Let's hear it for Mr. Raju Gopal.
Check. Okay. This one. Okay. Yeah, I need this. I will shake that. I think so you should choose it from here. No. Yes, okay, good. Works good. Yes. Okay. So, yep, it's 12:30. I'll possibly leave you within 30 minutes. I know it's lunchtime. I don't want to make you much more feel hungry in this next 30 minutes, right? I'll possibly leave you within that. But putting back the concepts, right? Yes. First of all, thank you for the warm welcome, right? And today the topic is more about me in the term of a research review perspective. Why? Because yesterday when I was testing my presentation with the code what I presented, right? Unfortunately, the model is not available out in our location. I tried VPN to connect it. Yesterday it worked, but today it's not working. I'm not sure why it is happening there. But it's a very good model, right? People who do know about Nova Act is a very newest frontier model which was released from the AGI lab, which is Amazon General Intelligence Labs. And this is not a coding model. This is not something like which is going to be used for some other use cases. This is going to be a general intelligence model, which is going to be more technically, if I want to frame it, it's going to be a computer use agents or computer use models, right? Which is more used for your CV here. Okay, so before going much deeper, yeah, good. You can see me there, and you can also see me here and here. So I work at Boston as a data scientist, so I take care of business data science perspectives in terms of both predictive analytics and AI, GenAI best practices too, where I focus more on AI plus data cloud services, which is one of my main platform. And I'm an AWS community builder, and previously those two captains, I was the first AWS cloud captain here, and I just gave my position back to. There is one more person called Jeevika. I gave the position to her, and fortunately there's no Jeevika here. And Jeevika gave her position back to two new AWS cloud captains. So that's how the legacy is formed. And I'm very glad that I'm speaking in my own club where I've started this, and it's so amazing to see, right? A lot of people are coming and a lot of organizers has been increased. So thank you guys, thank you for keeping that legacy up. And President, like my contributions, for example, right? Recently, two of my book chapters has been released, right? Both of them are focusing on generative AI aspects, but not in terms of like prompt engineering or vibe coding, nothing like that, but in terms of more technical, deeper architecture patterns, right? The first one is generative transformers and text generation models. You can just type it and in Google Scholar you can get it, right? So to give you an overview, right? So that chapter was more focusing on how transformers has been evolved. As you know, Google released transformers, and from that transformers being moved to, first of all, pre-trained language models, which is PLMs. Then we moved to large language models, and from the large language models, we had like agents coming about, and now there's been more wider, broader perspectives of generative AI world, right? That is everything, right? We started with the normal regression specifics, classification, then moved into how linear regression and data classification models has been moved into a neural network architecture, and how neural networks moves from deep neural network to convolutional neural network to regular neural network, and then to transfer learning, and then how transformers has been evolved. It is a complete, I could say it's a story, right, from age to the current Gen Z areas, right? It's going to be a storybook. Okay, and the second one is more specific to one of the more business concepts, right? It's additive manufacturing in terms of mechanical perspective. So how 3D printing perspectives, right? 3D printing models and 3D printing technology area can be emphasized or can be evaluated with the help of a technology-specific, more focused technology right now, which is machine learning and generative AI, right? How it can be able to evolve it. Both the chapters are available, both the books are available right now. Okay, you can have a look and possibly give a read, right? So, next slide, please. Okay, great. So, first, before going to Nova Act, right, when I started making this presentation in terms of general intelligence perspective, why? Because I was supposed to put from general intelligence to putting into an actions, right, into a production actions, which is Nova Act is going to be the newest model. But when I started seeing what are all the different streams right now we are using in terms of generative AI, right, starting with coding, right, because we started all those things, right. Generative AI started to make predictions of my coding. If I say def function, it just tries to give me what are the parameters supposed to be used, whether I can use a colon or semicolon. AI agents or LLMs can able to predict those things, and I can write my piece of code within a minute, right? Like what Shubham also said, right? So we can able to build our agents or agentic applications not within 3 quarters, not within 3 months, not within 3 quarters, or not within 3 months. It's going to be in 3 weeks, but here he done it within 3 minutes. So the evolution of software programming has been moved whenever we try to make sure that we use agents there. But coming back, right, not only there we are using agents, right, or LLMs. We had MedGemma, right? You might guys not know what MedGemma is to. So we have different variations of models used for, medical perspective, and which can able to evaluate our human skills that may be able to perform. The LLMs can be more focused not only to one business area, can be evaluated to different business areas too, right? And research assistants as well, right? Because recently I was just having a look at a paper where it's the name of the paper which can be able to have an agentic AI systems that can be able to do all of the research from starting with the scratch, putting that to a production, and possibly finding what are the different contributions made by other research assistants which can be able to perform it comparatively, so that we could be able to have a very quick view whatever things we are putting into the thing. Just a problem statement is enough. The AI agents can able to give you not a direction and accurate, but approximately can able to give you what are all the actions that is needed to perform. Right? So this is my team. People who are using Windsurf here? Anyone? 1, 2. Good. So might you guys know, right, the newest version of Windsurf, because there are totally 12 waves of Windsurf, right? But there are a lot of things where Windsurf gives us. For example, the automated CI/CD pipelines, where even though it is automated, we are making more automated, putting another word for it, automated CI/CD pipelines with the help of agents which is running behind it. But they are more specific, right? They work on one simple area. That is, I need to work on my coding perspective. I need to develop code. I need to start writing my code in any programming language. Push it from my local repo to a GitHub repo. And that, when I push it to a GitHub repo, I need to perform all my actions. That means my GitHub actions. And that moves from my dev environment to a QA environment, QA to prod environment, like how the entire, or they say, the production application lifecycle goes on, right? So it can do everything, but it will ask us a suggestion whether you have to accept this or not, or accept this or not, right? But we do have everything there, but can you go on? I think so, this is not working. Yeah, it's not working, yeah. So, as we know, right, in the recent wave, they have introduced one of the newest model, which is SJGI 1, which is a software engineering model, more focused on training on the code what we are going to write. In any of the programming language, it's going to be Python or Java, any kind of programming language. But if you want to start any building of the applications, it has been pre-trained on the code, whatever which has been written also so far, and it can able to try to predict what's going to be the next code or next word, what you're going to type it over there, right? But SJGI 1 has 3 different versions. You can have a look at this platform where what are the versions which will be best suited for you guys too. And comparing the benchmarks, we have a different benchmarks for that, right? So I just don't want to go much deeper, but because we do have only 20 minutes. So yes, I know vibe coding, right? But I'm possibly, right, I'm not a big fan of vibe coding. Why? Because I want to start building my code here. I need to start typing what the code is gonna be, right? I'm not a big fan of vibe coding here. But you need an intermediate person. That's what I was just talking to another person outside, right? He was asking, can I make an entire application with the prompt engineering skills, right? Yes, you can able to make an entire application with the prompts, right? You can just have a complex set of prompts. You can build an entire application, either it's going to be a full stack or any kind of application you can able to build it. But you need a human evaluator to evaluate whether that code is working or not. Yeah, that code will work. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but that code should be more specific to the business function area or business use case what we are trying to solve it, right? That should be more important. So in that way, still LLMs are not in the way to evaluate what the code is being written, even though it has human feedbacks, right? Even it has reinforcement learning human feedbacks. But still, we need people to evaluate or to make changes to the code which has been written by the LLMs, right? So that's the major thing I wanted to say. And you might know about Cursor and Hero. I think so the next session is about Hero. Hero is going to be an Agentic ID which was released by AWS. So think about Hero is also one of your IDs like AWS and VS Code or Python. It's going to be another ID, but it's an entire Agentic ID how Windsurf and Cursor is there, right? So yes, that's what my intention of this talk is to, right? So we are focusing on a lot of business specific agents, right? So we start with coding agent, our medical repair agents, right? And LLMs are more specific to it, right? Because the data what we are going to use to pre-train any kind of LLMs are going to be very much different. If I want to say, if I want a coding agent, I can just pre-train with a core, a set of codes, a block of codes, and a repository full of codes so that it will work on the codes. And but have an benchmark or something else on terms of research or an agent that it needs to be performed in terms of medical perspective. I put all my med counts, every kind of documents which is being pushed into it, so that it can able to have a very clear structure, so that whenever I ask a question, it won't go out of the box or out of the environment, right? But we are here in the era of generative AI, right? How we could be able to automate our things, which is something that I'm very focused on RPAs, right? The robotic process automations. How we can be able to automate our web browsing actions. For example, say I want to create an S3 bucket. I log into my AWS account, start creating I go to S3, I just type what's the name of the service which is going to be S3. Then I go to S3, create a bucket. I choose what is the name of the bucket, because the name of the bucket is going to be globally unique. Then I want to go what region I'm supposed to choose it. What type of bucket? It's going to be S3 standard or S3. What type of intelligent time life cycles I'm supposed to write. What kind of S3 life cycle rules I'm supposed to use there. Everything I'm supposed to choose it manually as of now, right? That in terms of classic console overview. But if I want to in terms of programming overview, we do have boilerplate SDK to do that thing. I can able to have my access key IDs and secret access key IDs. I can start creating my S3 buckets directly in my code itself, right? Yes, it's there. But is there a way where we're able to do that thing through prompts, right? Where that can be done in a very easy way. I'm not just saying the too complex thing, but because still the agents or the LLMs or the agents are not being much pre-trained to do anything more deeper into it. Like say, The example what I say giving you for S3 buckets, right? To create any S3 buckets, it is not been much more trained to do like that. But at ease, right, can able to push any kind of metadata or images or anything to the S3 bucket, whatever the name of the S3 bucket what we specify. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. That's nothing but the model called as NOVA. So NOVA Act is one of the newest model. First of all, before going there, I can just go here, right? To the next slide. Yes. So we have Amazon NOVA Act, right? So the Amazon NOVA Act is still doesn't apply anymore. It's not available in our country, right? So Amazon NOVA Act is in computer use model, right? You might know the word CUA, computer use agents, right? So you can use the model, but where you would be able to automate your web browsing actions what you're supposed to do. For example, right? I just want to purchase anything, any new watch or any new equipments for myself renting from Amazon, right? I just say, go to Amazon, check what's the new product which has been launched in my category, book, add the product to the cart. Yes, these actions is supposed to be performed by us, but if LMs, agents can able to perform that, and that's how organization NOVA Act is being available right now to us, but they are still improving the model's performance so that you could be able to automate the browsing actions, whatever we take right now in the currency, right? And to access the NOVA Act, there is a separate SDK for us, okay? So it's not accessed through Modo 3. There is an SDK called as NOVA Act SDK where you are supposed to install that NOVA Act SDK and use the models where you can be able to give just within like this, right? And just, okay, so for example, this is how the prompt style is going to be. I'm going to come back to the prompt style in a minute, but you could able to do any kind of things within NOVA.act. Within that function, right, you could able to specify whatever you need. For example, I want to go to Netflix. I want to see Stranger Things, right? For example, I just want to click, go to Netflix, go to Stranger Things, go to episode number 3 or episode number 4. I'm not a fan of Chennai. I'm not watched Stranger Things, sorry. So I need to choose those things. But if an agent can able to do it, if it is possible, then it will be a very clear picture for us, right? So I'm going back much deeper. So can you go back one more time? Can you go back one more time? One more. Yeah, good. So first, what's computer use agents are going to be? So we have agents that can be able to perform our web browsing actions, right? But for example, do I need a JavaScript? Okay, if I want to be an Iron Man, I need a JavaScript, right? So that can able to perform all those things. So that from version 1 to version 2 to version 3 of all those Iron Man suits can able to make it. Yes, it can able to make it, right? Because we do make sure that all those actions what we perform through by taking our mouse, going to the web browser, clicking the search bar, typing anything and getting the actions, it could be your job, it could be your next job. But the point here is need to think twice before reacting whatever actions he's supposed to perform. NOVA Act has the capability to think not only once, not only twice, it has a recurrent learning platform which is being available to it so that what is the next action supposed to perform it has an inbuilt capability to predict what's going to be the next action supposed to perform, right? So, but prompting styles are very important, right? As you know, for each and every business-centric or spread LLMs, right? We do have the prompting style is going to be completely different, right? For example, if I want to go to this style to this style, I say, Rahul, you are supposed to go from this style to this style, right? I can even understand. Yes, I'm a human being. I can even understand. But how we are going to make the model to understand, and more specifically to the computer use agents models, how am I going to make the model to understand that this action should be supposed to perform next before this action? Right? Because if I'm going to be an agent, if I'm going to be for example, if I'm going to be a Nefri, right? If Nefri wants to go from this style to this style, I'm supposed to give him a condition that there is a tile next to you, go to this tile. Then after that, go to tile number 3. So those kind of instructions to be more specific whenever we are using any kind of agents. I'm not just saying like what we say only the computer use agents, but when we are trying to do any kind of agentic AI application, that kind of prompt style and prompt instructions are very, very important for us, right? So yes, this one thing, as I already said, whether whatever agents what we develop, right, the general intelligence agents or computer use agents for in our state, that's it reliable. Does it make sense at all? Yes, it makes sense. I'm powered this way. Right? So I'm not going to go more detail into that, but if I just say whatever actions we perform as a human being, we know what is going to be the next actions, and we also know whether the next action is going to be right or wrong. As you know, yes, if I want to go here or go here, there will be a reward given to me. If I go here, this reward is going to be more maximum to me. If I go here, this reward is going to be more minimum to me. I'm not supposed to go here. So that I learned in such a way that if I go to this tile, my reward is going to be minimum. So I come back, learn what the environment is all about, and go back to another tile to check whether my reward is going to be huge or not. Yes, that's huge. So that's going to be called as the feedback system, what we are going to give to the agents so that we can able to understand, not only to the agents, right, to the LLMs, right, I want to go more specific to the models. The feedback systems, what I'm going to give to the models to be more specific in such a way that whenever what kind of actions I'm going to do next, it doesn't have a reward. Does it really need it? Does I want to do the next step? This is very important. And that determines our feedback loop, where that feedback loop is more and more sophisticated with the help of the reinforcement learning human feedback. Okay? If you don't know about reinforcement learning human feedback, I let you guys to have a look at the reinforcement learning human feedback. Why? Because it's one of the steps to build any kind of LLM models. Right? Starting with the transfer learning, then moving to the next consecutive steps. Your last step is going to be your reinforcement learning with human feedback. Why am I saying is that we can able to develop models, but we make sure that the model should be more reliable, more environment specific. That agents should understand us first of all, and to make sure this action is wrong and this action is right, it has to understand first of all the human feedback. So that's the major thing what I'm supposed to do here. Okay, so coming back to some of the examples, right, how you could able to use or Amazon Nova Acts, right? So we have created a Bodo 3 session where that Bodo 3 session is going to be more focused for my S3 bucket. So what I've done here, or what is going to be happening here is, so I'm just going to make sure my Nova Act is going to take a session data. That means, for example, the data, whatever I have it for a 5-minute or a 3-minute video, that's going to be my recorded video. And I'm going to update my session data to an appropriate S3 bucket. Right? Actual things, what I'm supposed to do. I first of all record all those session data from my recorded video, right? Then what I do, I have to create a new either I have to create a new S3 bucket, or there will be an existing S3 bucket. I'm supposed to put the data inside my S3 bucket. Say this can be automated through Nova. Yes, it's possible. Just specify what are going to be your S3 buckets using your S3 writer, which is one of the important thing in Nova Act SDK. And with the help of Nova Act SDK, whatever video you push it inside your starting page, right? Like they have just given the nova.amazon.com/act, right? So that's going to be the starting page, right? Whatever recorded video you give to this particular Nova Act SDK, right? It will automatically takes your session data, uploads it back to an S3, and you can do any kind of transformations there. I'm just giving you a very basic example, but this could be more and more reliable if you see you can able to do any kind of transformations. Right? Say I want to have an S3 event listener that can able to track my S3 events, put it back to SNS or Lambda. You can do the same thing here, where that future integrations is going to be yet to come. Right? And as I also mentioned, the future integrations is also inside Amazon Bedrock Agent Code. For example, people, how many of you know what Amazon Bedrock Agent Code is all about? Anyone? Got it, thank you. I just got your 5 minutes, that's why I said it. Okay? Yes. So we have Bedrock. So to give you an overview, right? Bedrock Agent Core is one of the newest feature from AWS, right? To make sure to have your Agentic AI application from scratch to a prototype applications, right? You could able to do a prototype ready Agentic AI application with the help of Amazon Bedrock Agent Core, right? So, and next we come back to these prompts. Can you go back? Yes. We come back to the prompt style for Novak SDK, right? Very simple. As I said, whenever there is going to be a very complex step, just, what can I say, interpret your complex steps into simple steps of the neck, right? For example, break up your complex steps. Very simple. That's it. So first of all, break up the steps, be precise, be prescriptive what the agent should do in the current browser page. Say, I want to go to the Amazon.com page, right? Now, the agent is in the Amazon.com page. We are supposed to specify what are the actions it's supposed to perform one after the other. That is, go to search bar, search what the important information. For example, I need to buy a bag, search bag, scroll it down, filter it down, and put it to a new, or let's say lowest price. Find the bag, check whether the bag comes with this company name, and if it is going to be this company name, put it to my cart. Put it to my cart, right? So these steps need to be more specified in such a way that there's going to be an entire process, right? I need to break this entire process into small chunks so that chunks will be more and more useful for us. So that's what I've done here too, where you can chunk your use cases into your smaller steps so that each and every step Nova can understand, Nova can understand, and gives you a better visualization output. But I just wanted to give you the real world prompting tips also, right? If I have time, I think I'm doing 3 minutes, right? So if I have time, I can show you, but I also have that in my GitHub report. For example, whenever we start to write any kind of prompts, right? To be more specific, use the prompt templates. Okay? Prompt templates are nothing but you need to specify the variables, the input variables, or any kind of context into your prompts. Make sure to specify within the double braces so that will help you more the LLM to understand what's happening here, right? And second thing, give the model a role. For example, we are working with IAM roles, right? So for IAM roles are more associated with what the particular role should do. They should access the bedrock, they should access S3 bucket, this particular S3 bucket. They are going to put the access policies in the term of JSON, right? The same thing, give a model a role. Who are going to be? You are going to be a computer use agent. You are going to be a medical agent. You are going to be a coding agent. Exactly the same thing. And the third one is structure your prompts with XMLs. For example, whenever we start writing the prompt, we need to make sure that the HTML way of writing, we put everything in our HTML tags, put where this particular context comes so that models can easily understand that. For the chain complex prompts, as I said, if you want to have any complex prompts, put it in a different variations, chunks it, put it in a different smaller chunks. Fifth, use examples. That's very important thing, right? Whenever we know what example, for example, what is going to be performed, we need to know that particular example. You can have what we say doing any use case. I just want to know what's the example outcome of the use case. The same thing, whenever you are writing a prompt, give an use case, right? Give an example to it. Yes, so maybe 1, 2. Yeah, so I'll quickly wrap it up with the prompt caching and the tool use perspective. Guys, if you know what prompt caching is all about? From the word? Okay, so right say right now I'm writing a prompt to my model, right? But whenever through the session is there, my prompt is still available. But if I go after the session, that means I break down the session, that prompt is not available, right? To make sure that if you are doing any kind of a repetitive task in terms of browsing agents, right, or coding agents, right, I just want to move my pipelines whenever I need to move my code from the branch to QA branch to product. So there's going to be a repetitive task, right? What you can do is something where the prompt which helps you to do your repetitive task can be stored in a cache which will be able to help you, where these prompts can be easily taken out from the models and can be used everywhere, right? You might ask, what's the cost of it? Very simple. If you rewrite the prompt, it's going to be, yes, you want to rewrite the prompt, you have to make sure the prompt is going to be up, and it's going to be a complete point you are supposed to do it right. But with the help of prompt caching, you can just have a look at the Anthropic's prompt caching technique too. It's going to be lesser. The cost is going to be very much lesser. So with the help of the prompt caching, even more the time, right, the LLM is going to take for us to answer the question can be minimized. So the final thing what I have, maybe I can skip this Glots 3.5 example, the tool use, right? So MCPs are our major code, right? So people are talking about MCPs, right? To connect our external applications to our LLM, to our agents, whatever we try to build it up. Because in the morning, you've been able to see QCLI has been connected to your EKS clusters, just specifying how many clusters are there. Giving all those three links of EKS clusters through the help of the MCPs, right? So MCPs are a major role, right? Where we could be able to see. We don't want the data to be part of a vector search. Right? For example, I don't want anything in my open search or in a MongoDB, Atlas or something, any kind of vector DB. But like, with the help of an MCP server, putting that server to 24/7, putting all my external applications inside my MCP server, that can help my agents to specifically understand whatever question I'm going to ask, and it will be able to take the data from the external application, put it down here to answer my question. But you can ask how it works in computer use agents. Yes, it works. Very simple example is, we want two browsers to supposed to happen. Like it's two new tabs supposed to happen. Very simple. If I have the new tab going to be as an MCP server for me, the information is going to be the main MCP server for me. The computer use agents doesn't want to go select a new tab, do all those prompts what I've given to you, and gives me an answers to it. So that whenever I do any kind of new things, which acts any new tab or the browser page, it's going to be more, most usable things. Sorry. So it's going to be a most usable things. It can be saved as an MCP server for us, right? So the point right now, yes, I'm right now working on the MCPs part, but to make sure to give you a more context, we need to be more secure in terms of MCPs. As I say, everywhere I speak about MCPs, right? You should not have that connection pipeline or tunnel to all those applications more easily, right? We should have a bandwidth to, as a barrier to protect all those MCP connections what we are supposed to do. So it should be done, and right now I think so they're going to make sure that protocols, security authentication layers are more secure right now. So yes, so that's a point. I can just give you a quick range on 2 years, on more specifically on computer use agents, and these papers are available right now, where you could able to use your ChatGPT for your model reasoning and multimodal reasoning and actions. Not only for one particular unimodal architecture, it's going to be for your multi-models. And second thing is going to be a Gorilla. Gorilla is nothing but when your large language models is being connected to a massive APIs, how it's supposed to work. That's my main point, right? How it can be graded into an API databases, right? That's the thing. And you can also have an efficient tool used with the chain of abstract reasoning. So that may help you, right? So yeah, I just stop here, but because we don't have much time, I've gone 4 minutes extra. So thank you guys, thank you so much. So hope you guys having a great day after this, right? Thank you.
டேய் அவன் ஆடியோவே வைக்கிறாடா நம்ம. இல்லை ஹோல்ட் பண்ணோம். இவன் சிவா ஹோல்ட் பண்ணோம்.
நானே பண்ணேன்.
எவ்வளோ போச்சு? 2 ஈவெண்ட் போச்சு.
சாப்பிட்டதுக்கப்புறம் 3 ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் இருந்தாங்க.
சரி சார் ஒன்றும் பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க. செக் பண்ணணும்னு நினச்சேன்.
Speakers and fellow participants. We now move into one of our most awaited sessions of the day, the panel discussion. This discussion will focus on Agentic AI on AWS, the next era of cloud computing. This is where diverse perspectives come together, insights from industry, academia, and technology, to debate and discuss how Agentic AI is reshaping the cloud landscape. To steer the engaging conversation, we are honored to have Ms. Jirita M. as our moderator. Jirita is a cloud alumna and AWS cloud captain who are now an AWS community builder who mentors hundreds of students. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Jirita M. GenAI data engineer at Big Tech Analytics. Joining her on the panel are some remarkable voices. Mr. Abhishek Subramanian, Databricks, a seasoned data engineer with over 18 years of experience in AI/ML, data engineering, and cloud computing. He leads multiple developer communities across India, including data ops labs and Databricks communities, and is passionate about building data-driven innovations. Mr. Karthik, our representative, an expert in deploying scalable cloud infrastructures on AWS and Azure. Karthik actively mentors and drives innovation with Azure, AWS, and Database developer communities. Mr. Karthikeyan K. Logitech, a cybersecurity leader with 15 years of expertise in governance, risk and compliance, cloud security, and DevSecOps. He leads OWASP and DevCon Chennai and is a strong advocate for advancing the security community. Mr. Nandakumar Selvanathan, Presidio, a versatile software engineer with hands-on experience in full-stack, cloud, and DevOps, including distributed systems and real-time data pipelines. Nandakumar specializes in solving large-scale engineering challenges using AWS and modern frameworks. Mr. Rajgalam P.K. CDW, a transformational technology leader focused on innovative cloud solutions, agile methodologies, and business-aligned IT management. He empowers teams while ensuring security and sustainable growth through cutting-edge practices. Dr. Chandrakant Raja, trains in digital services, a senior solution architect with over 22 years of experience in multi-cloud, AI/ML, data engineering, and DevSecOps. She has led large-scale digital transformation projects across cloud, analytics, and emerging technologies. I now request the panelists to start.
Well, so
thank you all for getting gathered here for the panel discussion. So, before we move on with the panel discussion, a question to the audience. So, GenAI and Agentic AI is the buzzword all around. So, where do you work in generative AI on a daily basis, or what's your work with GenAI and Agentic AI, particularly open to students? What's your definition of GenAI, and how have you made your hands dirty with generative AI working on it? You can pass us the mic.
Hi, I'm James. I'm from the UK. Thank you very much for that really interesting question. I would actually say that I use AI daily, so much so that I don't actually realise that I'm doing it. And so ChatGPT is woven into my life in the same way Google was in 2005, when, you won't even remember this. But there was a time when Google didn't exist, and you had to, go out, use other search engines and message boards in order to find websites. Fast forward that today, I'm no longer using Google. I'm getting recommendations through ChatGPT, and I'm also asking ChatGPT to do deep research on all of the information that it passes me. And so rather than just taking the answer, I also like it to clarify what it is that it's telling me. So I use ChatGPT for writing documentation. I use it for making sure that my code is written correctly, so it's almost like a bit of a code pilot. It's not really agentic. And then I also use it to help with my social posting as well. It does a lot of hashtag research for me, and it tells me all of the latest trends. And that is literally daily. I hope that helps. Anybody else who wants to go next?
Yeah, thanks, Sir. Yeah, so in the current trend, like we use ChatGPT as a basic browser with retriever augmented generation and its capabilities. Let's start the panel discussion with a bold thing, which I wanted to share. How many of you are aware of Gartner, IMC, and its predictions? Yes. So, to the ones who don't know who's Gartner, Gartner is one of the world's leading research and advisory firm, and Fortune 500 companies, CXOs rely on Gartner's predictions for making any decisions out of business and stuff. So, what Gartner's predictions has told that in 2023 we had less than 5% of GenAI adoption in enterprises, but they are expecting around 80% by 2026. And with respect to Agentic AI, it is evolving, it's growing, but business trends are yet to identify the potential of Agentic AI and where to integrate Agentic AI. It's not like it's a fancy term and can be used anywhere else. So in terms of Agentic AI, if not used for the necessary business use case, or if the security compliance is not met, it is risky because there are autonomous systems, as we all know. And the Gartner has also predicted that 40% of the enterprise Agentic AI codes may go down by 2027 if it is not utilized properly following all the security guidelines and compliance. So, to speak more about this panel discussion, Agentic AI on AWS, the next era of cloud intelligence. Since most of our audience are from students, let's start with a question from a human resource person. So, sir, to you. GenAI, we have all seen GenAI as a service, as a product. And as a student, should we have to take GenAI as a service and we have to learn based on the business needs, or do we have to take GenAI in a research perspective and learn? Why and why not? How that recruitment process goes and how students are expected to evolve with this.
GenAI, if you use as a service, we will let a person have API support. So the API is if you go more than researchers and you do only reading the papers and you know, okay. So basically you have to start building some learn applications for the industry and trade-offs or locally AAs and APIs and so on things. You have to start building the small applications. And on the other hand, also you have to do some research papers and keep up with the details of your multi-browsing and do small enhancement in the program and find out what is not working there and we can enhance the report. So likewise, we need to balance the both building with research and as well as in as a services. So we need to balance the both. So regulars, we will see that how they balance it. So we can connect with the so much as I said that properly is there and also so they can explore that and they can put it in their documents. So that help the regulators to understand how this search is evolving and use of the tool which is available.
Could we really imagine these autonomous systems powered by Agentic AI to help with fresher recruitment and candidate scoring in the near future?
I think it's near future. It's already there. We are started. We are started using companies are started using this screening the resumes and even now I'm saying that coding also is companies. They can able to analyze the coding and put the mark for the. So GenAI and Agentic is going to reach and see the attitude of the persons, how they are behaving, how they whether they will in order to analyzing them. But even though whatever this Agentic is replacing the jobs, it is a basic prepared levels. The course even that still we need to understand about human culture fields, how the chemistry is connecting to the people. Even though end of the day we are going to work as a team. So we need a human touch instead of having that So scope is there, still there is a balance in it.
So we have all come across frameworks like AI, AutoGen, and I'm quite curious to know about what's Agentic. And since we have an SME from AWS, I would love to hear from him.
Thank you everyone. If you think about database, we launched a product called Agentic. So Agentic is a no-code tool. Okay, you don't need to write any code for the type of agents. Okay, what you can do, right? You just a couple of clicks, you can create your own agent for you. So you have data is already available. You need to get or wherever your data source is available. Okay, the Agentic is just going to click that source the data, and I just use a couple of clicks on this same code and it's a wizard. After that, you will generate the agent for you, maybe a chatbot or even like a document extraction or any conversation. Yeah, chatbot, anything can be creatable. Also, and if you clean the wizard, right, it creates the by default in the backend for your auto ML created in the backend, models have been created, model registry created. Okay, also governance is enabled, also inference tables enabled. So you don't need to do anything, just a couple of clicks, the agent is ready for you. It's not only simple like a chatbot agent, it also creates as an MCP server as well. Okay? So those agents can connect to any of your MCP servers to connect and access easily. That's the agent feature. So this is a no-code tool. It's a couple of clicks you can build your own chatbot if you use anyways. That's what the advantage is. That's a new feature came for Databricks and for the beta version. Okay, it's only available on this right now. But it will be heavily invested in database, but it's the future of all the agents which will be on top of that.
We envision agent bricks like AI agents are built like Lego blocks, and they are reusable, they are enterprise ready, and they have components. And can we explain it to the use case and also how security compliance is measured?
Yeah, I told you right, when you are checking when if you have the data sources already available within a database, already it's available in Unity catalog. Unity catalog is a data catalog, it's already available. Also, when you create the model from in point, it's a gateway is already enabled. So data comes is enabled, AI gateways, security, only within a VPC will access for you. Okay, also within the inference team is already enabled. So who raising the request and who is going for the request. So already we are adding the governance as well. So it's all available on the instance table and also AI gateway. It's already secured, so there's no data leakage on this one. That's the advantage of it.
Got it. Yeah, so on an enterprise grade, we always ask, are guardrails really effective? And also in practice, how far have you come in ensuring safe and secure ethical compliance for GenAI use case with guardrails?
In this case, see, guardrails can give effectively in the static state. Okay. For example, if I'm going to try, I can put policies over there to block some contents that are biased related questions. I can do further, we can effectively use guardrails. But when you are trying to do some kind of threatening kind of attacks, like if I can do prompt injection, okay, or if I'm going to do jailbreak kind of stuff, I don't think in this scenario the guardrails alone won't be effective. So we need to feel like traditional things. We need to use some kind of monitoring services, like agent level we need to monitor what exactly is going to perform. And also we need to clearly, identify the trust boundaries for agent to agent, what kind of attacks is going to perform. Similarly, how we are performing third-party in terms of like applications. Similarly, we have to perform for agent level also before implementing those things. As well as, for example, if you are going to communicate some other agents, we have to do mutual authentication and we have to do monitoring and all. Apart from that, we need to think from risk perspective also. So some human should audit the things, what is going to happen, how it will impact. Because we need to do a lot of governance and stuff over there. So in order to complain all those things, someone has to do audit in the government perspective. As well as recently, we also got one case in our organizations like we have reported Agentic AI. We have given some permissions, monitoring, everything is done, but still, by giving number of prompts, around I think 100 prompts, we can chain together and finally we can able to achieve some remote resolution. But it's not at critical level since we are related to VPN. But still, it's manageable at least like load balance level because some access and because of things like that. So I think these kind of attacks, the guardrails won't be effective. So either before deployment something, after deployment or pre-deployment, at least we can do some kind of routine kind of attacks and we can test the adversarial tactics. So combining all these things, it will be an effective solution. Otherwise, it won't be the perfect solution of standard solution to protect the
That's great. So coming out from AWS and looking into agentic AI systems in a more generic way, we can do model poisoning, prompt injection, and various other attacks as well. So if a deep learning network can train itself at one point of time so that we can't map it out, how as a new user you will be able to detect it and mitigate it?
As you told, right, so it won't happen just like that. Because still it's also new for us. Okay, we don't have any learning, we don't have any ability, or we don't have anything to back up us. Still, we are also learning. So, as I know, we are getting this kind of training from either from our experience, what we have internally, or maybe from maybe like walks, those kind of chapters will give more things about that. So, as of now, we are experimenting only few things. So, if we consider this as a risk, this is a thing new to us, means we won't touch as of now. Okay. As of now, we are just learning whatever we are good at it. Otherwise, if you are not expert in that, we need some source from expert or outsource. And unless we, at worst case, we will transfer the risk. Instead of taking the risk on our own, at least we will outsource the company or maybe a subcontract who are good at it and they can handle these things. So this is how we are managing as of now. We have some risk from this agency.
Yes. So while I started, I said the Gartner's prediction 40% of agentic AI systems may go down by 2027. So people say that due to certain business use case, for example, that business use case may not need an agentic AI solution. But since that looks so fancy, like enterprises are trying to adopt it, and also security and compliance is at risk. So how do you think we can come out of it, like to reduce the 40% risk by 2027? What an enterprise has to adopt in security level in order to mitigate all these risks?
As I told, right, so here, whenever you are going to adopt a new technology or something, first you need to understand the risk perspective. Okay. So most people tell about the testing phase or hacking or those things as a IoT, but before that, main thing is we need to find the security requirements, objectives, and we need to understand what the risk that we are going to carry on. Okay, we need to first understand, we need to first we need to identify what are this particular tech stack or particular new technology may bring to the organization, as well as whether it's really a business-specific reason or not. We have to think from that point of view. Suppose the business really wanted to be deployed for their product or suppose needs. In that worst case, we have to accept the risk, and at least we should have a plan, maybe in the next 3 to 6 months or something, and we should follow the risk registry, okay, we are just accepted the risk, and moving forward, either sometimes we should make them in the market. We need to continue to evaluate those things, and we can automate later. Otherwise, it will be inherent risk for us always. So it's better we need to add the risk acceptance, and we need to monitor regularly. And before accepting this blindly, we have to do at least one kind of risk assessment and risk analysis, and what kind of risk treatment we are going to do. And after that, we need to just adopt this technology. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the company to manage from scratch.
So that's a great add-on. Like we'll have to think about the security compliance before adopting what kind of technologies we are going to use to have it on a production ready and enterprise scale. So that's a great way. And have you heard about Kiro, or have you all tried attending Oakstreet's session on Kiro? Are you all aware of what's Kiro, QCLI, Q? If yes, please raise your hands. Yes?
Alright, so we are seeing a shift in the developer productivity with tools like Q, Windsurf, Cursor, Kiro. Some people call it as vibe coding. So what is your take on vibe coding? And on a production grade, would vibe coding help us actually? Or sometimes I came across an article like someone did vibe coding and they sat their entire production meeting. So we will have to know the underlying basics of it. So what's your take on vibe coding and how can they adopt it? The younger generation thinks that vibe coding was everything. I went for workshops across colleges. All these students were like, I did vibe coding and I got the code, but we didn't understand the underlying concept. What's your take on vibe coding and how traditional coding is more important?
So recently the most abused word is you can say that vibe coding is the one. It allows you to maybe deploy an application in minutes. I have few friends, they are to the startup area. So one of the, I can say now, so one of his idea is to create a platform like Swiggy or something. But this is specific for people in sports. So for example, if you are in cricket, if you need a net bowler, a spin bowler or someone, what this application does is, it helps you to connect with the opposite person. So you are a bowler and I have a batsman looking for this specific kind of training, I can get it. So what this guy did is, as usual, he had a few friends, developer friends and all those things, but he started on his own using vibe coding. And the app was deployed, of course. It was good. It was to the area where, unless with respect to the UI things and all those things, but the app was doing the major logic functionalities. But it was missing security on a larger point. So when we took this to one of the VCs, we call venture capitalists. So the scrutiny is there. This is what happened. So I was near them, I was able to know what went wrong, what went right and all those things. So yes, Amazon Q, Kiro, I'm not just used Kiro yet, I'll be frank, but Q I have used it, it's really helpful. Once you are trying to, let's take you're using a containerization service or something like that, your queue automatically, it's like a detective and tells you a lot. It all falls on a single line. Driving a car is not the main point here. Driving a car efficiently is the main point. So you will have a switch. If you switch on it, you can of course drive the car. But when the car is stuck or something, you have to know what is the reason behind it. I will always say that this advent of AI, it's not that if someone says don't learn coding, no, it's absolutely wrong. Learn coding. If you learn coding and you start using this vibe coding tools and all those things, it enhances you to an next level. And problem solving will also be a part of your what you do.
So the takeaway from your point is that vibe coding can be done in order to enhance the developer's productivity, but that doesn't make you a developer.
Right. You have to have some ABCs of programming, then vibe coding takes you to another level.
Yeah.
people can do the vibe coding, but they have to understand what exactly the code is written. If doesn't understand what the code is written, the vibe coding is no use for them. They simply write the prompt like I want to write a sui kind of app, it's going to build for you. But other than that, what exactly is running, without having any knowledge, vibe coding, nothing will be useful for them. They have to learn from that.
So basically, I was using one vibe coding platform. I was just accepting and verifying the code generated. For pretty much time, it was working fine. I was pretty sure it will give me the control. Whenever I wasn't supervising, it started to throw random shapes. So later part, I can't even revert to the working version. So if we didn't supervise what it is giving, it will totally give a mess and it will take down your so you need to understand the system to make it work for you.
Meaning that human in the loop is required and inline things has to be managed by humans so that vibe coding can be taken over more efficiently.
Yeah, it's inevitable.
Yeah. So, yes. So as enterprise begin to adopt agentic AI at scale, what do you think are the real accelerators and what do you think are the real blockers?
The biggest, let me first talk about the accelerator. So with respect to the topic, agentic AI, accelerator is the model that we already have. We don't need to build anything from the scratch. We already have AWS platform where everything is available. We can leverage it and we don't need to monitor or build infrastructure. And the second thing on the accelerator is the availability of the infrastructure where we don't need to invest the time from the infrastructure perspective. So that's the greatest accelerator that we have. And it is not for lab purpose, it is for production scale. So that's what we were also talking about, how we can emphasize and bring in responsible AI when we scale at the production level. So that's the main point to be noted here. Secondly, on the blocker, so when we talk about the blocker, we talk about governance, security and the operations cost. See, everywhere governance is a fundamental pillar. So when we started adopting cloud, 2 decades before or 15 years back, we were also in the same thought, like how to adapt cloud. So we were talking about governance, we were talking about risk, we were talking about security. So now when we leverage agentic AI at production scale, we have to be responsible in understanding the business purposes and also ensure that these purposes are within the boundary of the business and we are within the compliance boundary. So this is the second blocker that we have. And from the challenges perspective, the utmost point is we are scaling up. So when enterprises are running, so obviously the cost is running. So how do we reach our operational cost? So we are spinning up missions and all these are data. So we need to understand and we need to emphasize the cost or operational cost, bring optimum tools for observability, monitoring, raising alarms or shutting down the missions or shutting down the resources, ensuring that these organizations our own businesses are running within the business purpose, which is very important with the underlying fact of governance, security and operational cost where we can leverage or optimal in return on investment. So these are the 2 things which I would like to emphasize from the challenges perspective.
So based on the accelerators and blockers that you gave us, so we also have Bedrock Agent Core which is released recently by the VP of Agentic AI, Swami Siddhartha at New York Summit, AWS. So Agent Core, Bedrock Agent Core has stories of 7 components right from runtime to GenAI or observability and everything. So how do you think this Bedrock Agent Core is getting into this adoption curve?
So we are already on to the adoption mode. We started to do this on a enterprise scale, and since we have the AWS Bedrock and all the capabilities, AWS pretty much fits in this particular enterprise adoption for Agentic AI.
And yes, so all the companies are more fascinated about agentic AI. And even AWS is betting big on Agentic AI by their 100 million investment recently for their announced. So what's your take and how enterprise, the future of cloud enterprise, people think that it's Agentic AI. So what is your take on that? Even AWS was hosting LLMs underlying infrastructure. So now they've adopted to generative AI and Agentic AI. So what's your take on that?
Actually, first of all, AWS done a very great job in giving the brain and the body for the agentic AI. So, in spite of what I'm saying about the brain is, they have given Bedrock and then SageMaker. We have access to all the pretty much all the LLMs. So even if it doesn't have to mix our use case, we can fine tune or build a new LLM from scratch. In spite of the body, it gives us the step functions, event rich, lambda. So with that, we are taking action and we are doing all the stuff. So why AWS is making a big bet is, cloud is always automation tool at scale. I think Agentic AI is the next layer of the automation. So that instead of we manually writing and managing those automation steps, an agent is going to take care of that. I can give an example. For example, an e-commerce site is trying to create an invoice and then it is going to process it, just taking those tax information, redacting the PII and storing it in S3. So they are having a step function for it. That's right. In some cases, an agent can do it better and then it can make it up to date so that even we as a developer would miss some cases that can be covered under agent. So that use cases are basically making AWS to be better, bigger than Agentic AI. So another example is infrastructure management changed a lot after the introduction of Kubernetes. So Kubernetes come up with self-healing containers and things. I'm saying Agentic AI as a self-healing enterprise. So if enterprise configure it properly, the services which is going on can self-heal and make them production ready always. So that is the take on Agentic AI.
So, how many students here? Can we have the count of students? Okay. So, as we step into the next level of Agentic AI era, students are more fascinated to learn more about generative AI and Agentic AI. So, as an HR resource person, how do you think what skill set should a student hold in order to step in as a generative AI engineer and Agentic AI resource?
We can't able to leave this here and as we discussed before that we need to know about the algorithm spaces. So instead of having the knowing A and this person, we need to understand the basis of the developer goals and what are the programming skills we needed to understand about the A is nothing special. It is just a tool and which is organized on the developer with a programming. So we need to understand what is the basic architecture of it, and we have to be good with the basics. So there is a first level how we should look at it. Suppose that and what are the research team is doing and how is it really carried to the next level, how is it really the bricks for each level. So there is a much more important to know that.
So, yes, the takeaway of this panel discussion would be that an enterprise is adopting Agentic AI will have to step into the era of Agentic AI, and it's better to learn more about Agentic AI in a right way where security, compliance is also adopted. And yeah, so at the end of the session, we all understand that vibe coding is going to be a threat if you don't understand the underlying things. That is a great take for all these students. And yes, we have come to the end of this panel discussion. Agentic AI on AWS, the next era of cloud intelligence. Thank you so much for listening to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing such an insightful perspective and to our moderator, Ms. Jivika M, for guiding this discussion so brilliantly. Let's give them all a huge round of applause. As a token of appreciation, will now present a small memento to our panelists. I now request Mr. Akinjiti Saha to step up on the stage to give the mementos to the panelists. Mr. Abhishek Subramanian, AWS. Mr. Karthik R. Donnie. Mr. Karthikeyan K. Logitech. Mr. Nandakumar Sandhanaran, President. Mr. Raj Ganapati K. CDW. Dr. Shankaran Raja, Crazy Digital Services. Last but not the least, our the moderator, Mr. Tayo. To our surprise, we have a special speaker, the same HR, United Kingdom, head of open source, NatWest Group, the next foundation, director, to share his thoughts. Please welcome him on to the stage.
Hi, welcome everybody. It's such a privilege to be here today. I thought that I was just going to buy some tickets to come to, a student community conference. I didn't realize I was going to be welcomed into such a phenomenal technology institute. And I'd like to thank St. Joseph's for making me feel so welcome and making me feel part of this wonderful Chennai community. What I'd like to actually say to everybody is that I'm actually part of NatWest Group, which is a bank that's run out of the UK. But we have engineers running all of our software engineering out of Chennai, out of Bangalore, and also out of Delhi. Now, as part of that initiative, we're actually putting on a hackathon between the 22nd and 25th of September, which is next week. It's being run out of India, and it's called Hack for a Cause. And so in the same way as everybody's learning how to become engineers here, as within this technology institute, Hack for a Cause is actually creating an AI platform called Learn AIX, which will give opportunities for people to learn engineering plus other skills by engaging in AI across a lot of different types of industries, including engineering. So I'm inviting any one of you to get involved in this hackathon. It's called Hack for a Cause. I don't have any slides, unfortunately, because I came here today not knowing that I was going to get up on stage and talk about this. And so if you Google Hack for a Cause, you'll be able to find a registration link. Now that kind of comes on to the second area that I would like to talk about. I'm also part of the Linux Foundation. I'm on the government board for the FinTech Open Source Foundation, which is part of the Linux Foundation. And this year there was an announcement that the Linux Foundation has expanded into India. And so there is now Linux Foundation India. And so if you've heard of Kubernetes, which you would have, so you've heard of EKS, if you've heard of the Linux kernel, or OpenTelemetry or Grafana, they're all part of the Linux Foundation, which now has its very own region within India called Linux Foundation India. What Linux Foundation India is looking to achieve, currently India is the second most influential region in the world for open source contribution. Linux Foundation India is actually looking to push India to be the most influential region in the globe for open source. That includes engineers contributing to open source and engineers consuming open source. So I very much welcome everybody here to get involved in Linux Foundation India. It's an Apache 2 licensed foundation where a lot of the projects are run through GitHub. It's an awesome opportunity to learn from each other in the same way as what we're doing today, but it's also a great opportunity to learn and also network with other engineers from across various different regions in India. And so thank you so much for allowing me to say a few words today. And I'd like to say congratulations to everybody who's been involved in this conference. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I've learned from students, I've learned from panel discussions, and I've learned from keynotes and presenters, and everyone's been phenomenal. And the food was absolutely fantastic as well, so thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Give all the prizes that we have connected here, the competitions. This consists of a QCNI event, a project presentation, as well as a social presentation. In a matter of time, we'll be announcing the winners of that kind of event. So please, maintain silence and adhere with the events.
You are charging this via this thing, or you are okay, live telecast. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vijayaraman, AWS AI Community Builder, for being with us today. Your guidance and contributions to the AI community inspire students like us to learn, build, and grow with confidence. We are truly grateful for your time and support. Thank you, sir. I'd like to give him a moment. We have now arrived at the grand conclusion of our AWS Student Community Day 2025. It has been a day of knowledge, innovation and collaboration. And it's now time to celebrate the spirit of excellence which drives the solution. I request Mr. Abhijit Saha to facilitate our students with our prize. So first, let's begin with project presentation. The second place goes to in project presentation is Team Exorcists. I request the team to please come onto the stage. And the first prize goes to Team Terra Gods.